I paid for my son's wedding, then he tried to kick me out of my own house. I'm a 54-year-old father, and I've spent the last 3 decades building a life through hard work and careful financial planning. After my divorce, when my son Marcus was 12, I threw myself into running my small electrical contracting business. Every extra dollar went into savings and into making sure Marcus had everything he needed: a good education, extracurricular activities, and eventually, college tuition. I lived modestly in the suburban home I'd bought shortly after the divorce, never remarrying, and focusing entirely on providing for my son. Marcus graduated college, got a decent job in marketing, and met a woman named Stephanie. When they got engaged last year, Marcus asked if I could help with the wedding. Help turned into me funding the entire event when it became clear Stephanie's parents couldn't contribute much, and Marcus's salary wouldn't cover the kind of wedding Stephanie wanted. I spent $45,000 on that wedding. The venue, catering, photography, flowers, the dress, everything. It was more than I'd planned to spend, and it drained a significant portion of my savings. But Marcus was my only child, and I wanted him to start his marriage without debt. I thought it would be a proud moment for our family, a celebration of the life I'd worked so hard to give him. After the wedding, Marcus and Stephanie moved into a small apartment, about 20 minutes from my house. At first, everything seemed normal. But then I started noticing changes in how Marcus treated me. He began making comments about my house, criticizing what he called the clutter of my workshop tools and electrical supplies, mocking the old-fashioned furniture that had been perfectly fine for years. He'd visit and walk through rooms, shaking his head, making comments to Stephanie about how I lived like it was still 1985. He started suggesting I should downsize, saying the house was too big for one person and that I was retired now. I wasn't. I'd only recently sold my business and was still doing consulting work, so I didn't need all this space. The comments became more frequent and more pointed. Marcus would say things like, "Dad, you should really think about moving into a condo," or, "This place would be worth a lot if you fixed it up and sold it." I initially brushed off these suggestions as a son being concerned about his aging father, though I was only 54 and perfectly capable of maintaining my home. Then one evening, about 3 months after the wedding, Marcus came over with a folder of documents. He sat down at my kitchen table with a serious expression and said we needed to discuss something important about the house. He pulled out papers that looked official: property documents, what appeared to be mortgage paperwork, and some kind of agreement I didn't recognize. Marcus explained that because I'd spent so much money on his wedding, and because he'd contributed to household maintenance over the years, which was barely true, he'd mowed the lawn a few times as a teenager. He believed he had partial ownership rights to the house. He said it was only fair since I was retired and didn't need all this space, and that he and Stephanie were starting a family and needed more room. I was stunned. I asked Marcus what exactly he was claiming, and he said that according to legal precedent and financial contribution, he deserved to be added to the house deed as a co-owner. He suggested we could share the house, with them eventually taking it over completely while I moved into a smaller place. He presented this as if it were a reasonable, mutually beneficial arrangement. I looked at the documents he'd brought, and I realized they were partially fabricated. Some were printouts from legal websites about property rights and family contributions. Others were templates for property transfer agreements that hadn't been properly executed or notarized. Marcus had clearly done some internet research and cobbled together documents that looked official, but had no actual legal standing. When I pointed this out, Marcus became defensive and then aggressive. He said he'd consulted with people who know about this stuff. He wouldn't say who. And that I was being selfish by hoarding a house I didn't need when he was starting a family. He raised his voice, saying that after everything he'd done for me over the years, I couldn't think of what he meant. I owed him this. I told Marcus to leave and that we'd discuss this when he'd calmed down. He stormed out, and Stephanie, who'd been waiting in the car, gave me a cold look as they drove away. I sat at my kitchen table for hours that night, trying to understand how my son had gone from grateful wedding recipient to someone trying to steal my house using fake legal documents. I realized I needed to protect myself legally. The next morning, I called my attorney and explained the situation. My attorney confirmed what I already knew. The house was 100% in my name. Marcus had zero legal claim to it, and his documents were meaningless. However, my attorney advised that I should take steps to prevent any future attempts by Marcus to fraudulently claim ownership. We filed documents clearly establishing sole ownership, updated my will to make my intentions explicit, and added extra security measures to prevent anyone from attempting to file fraudulent claims or liens against the property. My attorney also suggested I consider what I wanted to do about assets Marcus might be expecting to inherit, given his behavior. That's when I made a decision. Marcus had assumed that not only the house, but also various possessions, my car, furniture, tools, and equipment, would eventually be his. He'd made comments over the years about, "When I inherit this," or "I'll keep that when you're gone." He'd treated my possessions as if they were already his, just temporarily in my custody. I decided to make it clear that his assumptions were wrong. Over the next few weeks, I systematically sold or donated items that Marcus had assumed would be his inheritance. The classic car I'd restored, and that Marcus had always talked about inheriting, sold to a collector. The expensive power tools and workshop equipment Marcus had his eye on, donated to a vocational training program. The antique furniture that had been in my family and that Marcus wanted for his future house, donated to a charity auction. I kept only what I actually needed and used, my basic furniture, my current vehicle, and my personal belongings. Everything else that Marcus had been mentally counting as his future property was gone. I documented every sale and donation carefully, receiving receipts that showed fair market transactions or charitable contributions. The proceeds from these sales, totaling about $30,000, I donated anonymously to a local charity that helps young fathers learn trade skills and financial management, something I thought was fitting given Marcus's behavior. I made sure the donations were structured so they couldn't be reversed or reclaimed. When Marcus came over about a month later, he noticed the garage was emptier. He asked where the classic car was, and I told him I'd sold it. His face went pale, and he demanded to know why. I explained calmly that it was my car, and I'd decided to sell it. He started looking around frantically, asking about the tools, the furniture, other items he'd been counting on. I told him everything was gone, sold or donated. I explained that since he'd tried to claim ownership of my house using fake documents, I'd realized he saw my possessions as already his, rather than as mine to do with as I pleased. I said I'd decided to make sure he understood that I owned these things, not him, and that ownership meant I could dispose of them however I wanted. Marcus was furious. He accused me of being vindictive and spiteful. Stephanie called me and screamed about how I'd stolen their future. I calmly explained that you can't steal what was never theirs to begin with, and that attempting to fraudulently claim ownership of someone's house tends to damage the relationship in ways that affect inheritance expectations. I also made it clear that my house was 100% legally mine, with documentation that made any future fraudulent claims impossible. I told Marcus that if he ever tried something like that again, I'd not only fight it legally, but I'd also consider it grounds for removing him from my will entirely. Marcus and Stephanie didn't speak to me for about 3 months. During that time, I started hosting small community events at my house, tool-sharing workshops, neighborhood meetings, and gatherings for local tradespeople. These were activities Marcus had mocked as old-fashioned and beneath us, but I found them fulfilling and enjoyed connecting with people who appreciated craftsmanship and community. Eventually, Marcus reached out asking to talk. He apologized, though I could tell it wasn't entirely sincere. It felt more like he'd realized his approach hadn't worked and was trying a different strategy. He said he'd been stressed about providing for his family and had made mistakes in how he approached things. I told Marcus I accepted his apology, but that our relationship had changed. I forgave him for trying to steal my house, but I wouldn't forget it. The items I'd sold or donated were gone and wouldn't be replaced. My will had been updated to reflect my current feelings about inheritance. And most importantly, my house would remain solely mine for as long as I lived, with no expectations that he'd ever have any claim to it. Marcus asked if there was any way to rebuild my trust. I told him it would take years of consistent, genuine respect for my boundaries and my property. I said that trying to manipulate your father into giving you his house doesn't get erased with one awkward apology. Now, a year later, Marcus and I have a civil but distant relationship. He visits occasionally, but the easy closeness we once had is gone. He knows that the house he tried to steal and the possessions he counted as already his are neither his now, nor guaranteed to be his in the future. Stephanie barely speaks to me, still angry about the lost inheritance. I'm 54, living in the house I worked decades to pay for, hosting community events Marcus once mocked, and enjoying the peace of knowing that everything here is mine, and will remain mine, until I decide otherwise. Sometimes the best revenge isn't rage or dramatic confrontation. It's quietly reclaiming control over your life and your property, while the people who betrayed you are left powerless to do anything but accept the consequences of their own actions. I paid for my son's wedding out of love and generosity. He repaid me by trying to steal my house with fake legal documents. I made sure he learned that ownership means something, that you can't inherit what you try to steal early, and that betraying someone's trust comes with costs that last far longer than any wedding celebration. After my son called me dead weight, I made sure he'd never benefit from my death. I, 59, a widowed mother and retired teacher, never thought I'd be writing this. But here we are. My son Marcus, 34, and I used to be close, or at least I thought we were. His wife Amanda, 32, came into the picture 5 years ago, and that's when everything started changing. Let me give you some context. I've been living in this same suburban house for over 25 years. My husband died when I was in my early 30s, leaving me with 2 young kids and a teaching salary that barely covered the basics. I worked double shifts tutoring just to keep this house. Marcus and his younger sister grew up here. I thought they understood what sacrifice looked like. Marcus met Amanda at some corporate networking event. She worked in real estate and had opinions about everything, especially about what people should do with their assets. From the start, she looked at my house the way a shark looks at blood in the water. 3 bedrooms, paid off, in a decent neighborhood. I could see her doing the math every time she visited. And I helped them. God, did I help them. I paid for half their wedding, $15,000 I pulled from my savings. When their daughter was born 2 years ago, I covered childcare costs for 6 months because Amanda wanted to get back to work, but they couldn't afford daycare yet. Last year, I gave them $8,000 for a down payment on a new car because Marcus said his old one was embarrassing to drive to client meetings. The visits became transactional after that. He'd call every few months, and the conversation would eventually steer toward money. "Hey, Mom, just checking in. By the way, we're a little short this month." Or Amanda would drop hints. "You know, this house is so big for just one person. Have you ever thought about downsizing? Assisted living facilities are actually really nice now." I ignored it, told myself they were just stressed about money, about being new parents, that they didn't really mean it the way it sounded. Then came the dinner 3 months ago. They invited me over, which was rare enough that I should have known something was up. Amanda cooked, which she never does. Marcus was tense, kept checking his phone. Their daughter was already asleep. After we ate, Amanda cleared the plates and Marcus leaned back in his chair with this look on his face I'd never seen before. "Mom, "We need to talk about the future," he said. I asked what he meant. "You've done a lot for us. We appreciate it. But you're not getting any younger, and we need to be practical." He glanced at Amanda, who nodded encouragingly. "Have you thought about what happens to your assets when you're gone?" The room went cold. I asked if he was seriously asking me about my will at a family dinner. Amanda jumped in. "We're just trying to plan responsibly. You've put so much into that house. It would be a shame if it went to waste or got tied up in legal issues." I looked at Marcus. "Is this why you invited me here?" He didn't deny it. Instead, he said, "You've done enough, Mom. Maybe it's time to think about what happens to your assets when you're gone." Amanda actually smirked. I felt my hands shaking. I asked if that was a threat. Marcus's voice went cold, colder than I'd ever heard it. "No, just reality. You're not getting younger." I left without another word, drove home in silence, cried in my kitchen until 2 a.m., staring at old photos of Marcus as a little boy, the ones where he's hugging me and smiling like I was his whole world. But by morning, something had shifted. The tears were gone. In their place was a clarity I hadn't felt in years. I called my lawyer that afternoon. The appointment was the following week. I sat in that office, the same one where I'd signed my original will 15 years ago, and told my lawyer everything. He's known me since my husband died. He didn't judge. He just listened. "Are you sure about this?" he asked when I finished. I was sure. We spent 2 hours going through everything. My house, my savings, my pension beneficiaries, everything my husband left me that I'd carefully protected and grown over the decades. I had originally split it between Marcus and his sister, with specific provisions for my granddaughter's education. I changed all of it. The bulk of my estate, the house, the majority of my savings, would now go to a scholarship fund for underprivileged children in my former school district. Kids whose parents worked multiple jobs just to keep the lights on. Kids like Marcus used to be before he forgot where he came from. The rest went to my best friend Janet, 61. She's the one who drove me to doctor's appointments after my surgery 2 years ago, who brought me groceries during the pandemic without me asking, who never once looked at my house and saw dollar signs. Marcus's sister still got a small amount. She'd always been kind to me, visited regularly, never asked for anything. But Marcus? Nothing. Not a single dollar. The lawyer had everything drawn up within a week. Signed, notarized, legally airtight. Then came the hard part. I had to decide whether to tell him or not. I wrestled with that for 3 weeks. At night I'd lie awake thinking about all the birthdays, all the times I held him when he was sick, all the parent-teacher conferences and soccer games and college application essays. How could a mother do this to her own child? But then I'd remember his voice. "You're not getting younger." The way Amanda smirked. The way he looked at me like I was already a corpse whose pockets he was waiting to empty. I decided he needed to know. Not because I wanted to hurt him, though God knows he'd hurt me, but because I wanted him to understand that actions have consequences. That you can't treat people like ATMs and expect unconditional love in return. I invited them over for Sunday dinner. My house this time. I cooked Marcus's childhood favorite, pot roast with roasted potatoes. Amanda looked annoyed to be there. Marcus was on his phone through most of the meal. After dessert, I put down my fork and said, "I need to tell you both something." Marcus barely looked up. "What's up?" "I've changed my will. You're no longer in it." That got his attention. His head snapped up. "What?" "You heard me. Everything I have will go to charity and to people who actually care about me. You'll inherit nothing. Amanda's face went white, then red. You can't be serious. I'm completely serious. The papers are already filed. Marcus laughed. Actually laughed. Okay, Mom. Very funny. You're upset about dinner, I get it. But let's be adults here. I stood up and retrieved the folder from my kitchen counter, placed it in front of him. These are copies. The originals are with my lawyer. He opened it. I watched his face change as he scanned the documents. The laughter died. Mom, you can't. This is insane. I'm your son. And I'm your mother. The one you called dead weight by implication. The one you only visit when you need money. Amanda stood up, her chair scraping loudly. This is what you do? You're punishing your own child because your feelings got hurt? You're toxic. I stayed calm. You can't inherit respect you never gave. They left screaming. Marcus called me every name he could think of. Amanda threatened to contest the will. My lawyer had already assured me they'd have no grounds. The door slammed. Their car peeled out of my driveway. And I sat at my dining room table, surrounded by the remnants of a family dinner, and felt nothing. No regret, no second thoughts. Just peace. It's been 6 months since that dinner. The letters started arriving after about 2 weeks. At first, they were angry. Printed out rants from Amanda about how I was a selfish old woman and how I was destroying their future. Marcus sent a few too, though his were shorter, colder, accusing me of never really loving him, of being vindictive. I didn't respond to any of them. Around month 3, the tone shifted. Marcus sent a handwritten letter, the first time he'd written to me by hand since he was maybe 12 years old. It was an apology, sort of. A lot of, I'm sorry you felt that way, and we were just concerned about you. No real acknowledgement of what he'd actually done. No understanding of why his words cut so deep. Amanda sent flowers with a card that said, "We miss you. Let's move past this." I gave the flowers to Janet. Last month I got a call from Marcus's sister. She said he's been struggling, that Amanda's been pressuring him to fix things because they'd been counting on the inheritance for a down payment on a bigger house, that they've been fighting constantly. I told her I was sorry he was having a hard time, but my decision stands. She asked if I'd at least consider seeing my granddaughter. That hurt. I won't lie. I miss that little girl. But I also know that if I show up, it'll be used as leverage. They'll take it as a sign that I'm softening, that I can be manipulated back into the old pattern. So I haven't gone. Janet thinks I'm doing the right thing. She says she's seen too many of her friends get used by their kids, dying alone after giving everything away. She says setting boundaries isn't cruelty, it's self-respect. My lawyer says the will is solid. Even if they tried to contest it, which they haven't yet, they'd lose. I was of sound mind. I have documentation of everything. There's no legal ground to stand on. Most days I feel okay with all of it. I go to my book club, I volunteer at the library, I have coffee with Janet twice a week. I don't spend my time wondering when Marcus will call asking for money. I don't dread family dinners anymore. But some nights, I still look at those old photos. Marcus at 7, covered in mud from playing in the backyard. Marcus at 16, in his cap and gown. Marcus at his wedding, hugging me and whispering, "I love you, Mom." And I wonder if there was a moment I could have stopped this, a conversation we should have had earlier. If I enabled the behavior by always saying yes, always opening my wallet, always being available. Or if some people just change and there's nothing you can do about it except protect yourself from the damage. The scholarship fund is being set up next month. They're going to name it after my late husband. I wish he were here to see it. He always said our job as parents was to raise our kids to be better than we were, not to be their ATMs forever. I think he'd be proud of what I did, even if it means I might never see my son again. But here's what I keep coming back to. Am I wrong for this? He's still my son. There's still time to change the will back. My lawyer said I could do it any time. Part of me wonders if I'm being too harsh, if I'm letting pride get in the way of family. But another part of me knows that what he said, what they both implied, wasn't just a slip of the tongue. It was how they really see me. So I guess my question is, was I wrong to leave him nothing? Is this justice, or am I just as cold as he was that night? I honestly don't know anymore. I cared for my parents for years. Then my sister tried to erase me from the will. I'm a 56-year-old mother living in the same small hometown where I grew up, in the house next door to my childhood home where my elderly parents have lived for over 40 years. For the past decade, I've been my parents' primary caregiver after my father suffered a stroke that left him partially paralyzed and my mother developed advancing dementia. While my siblings pursued careers in other cities and lived their lives largely unencumbered, I devoted myself to making sure our parents had dignity, comfort, and quality care in their final years. I have 2 siblings, my older brother Marcus, who lives 3 states away and works in finance, and my younger sister Denise, who lives about 2 hours away and works in real estate. After Dad's stroke 10 years ago, there was a family discussion about what to do. Marcus immediately said he couldn't possibly relocate or take time away from his career. Denise said she'd help when she could, but that her work schedule was demanding. I was working as a teacher at the time, and my own children were grown and independent. I made the decision to take early retirement so I could care for our parents full-time. It wasn't an easy choice. I loved teaching and had planned to work another decade. But someone needed to step up, and I was the only one in a position to do so. Over the past 10 years, I've managed every aspect of my parents' lives. I coordinate their medical appointments, medications, and treatments. I handle their finances, paying bills and managing their modest savings to ensure they can afford their care. I cook their meals, help them bathe and dress, maintain their home, and provide companionship so they're not isolated and lonely. I've given up vacations, hobbies, and personal time because my parents need constant attention and care. The financial cost has been significant too. I've spent approximately $60,000 of my own savings over the years supplementing their care, paying for medical equipment Medicare didn't cover, hiring occasional respite caregivers so I could attend to my own family obligations, making home modifications to accommodate Dad's wheelchair, and covering various expenses that exceeded their fixed income. Marcus visits maybe twice a year for a day or two, usually around major holidays. He'll spend a few hours at the house, comment on how well I'm managing everything, and then leave. He sends checks occasionally, maybe $500 or $1,000 a few times a year, which help, but don't come close to covering the actual costs or the value of the care I provide daily. Denise visits more frequently, maybe once a month, but her visits are brief, and she doesn't actually help with caregiving. She'll stop by for an hour, chat with Mom and Dad, take some photos she posts on social media to show what a devoted daughter she is, and then leave before it's time for medication management or any actual work. I never complained about the unequal burden. I chose this responsibility out of love for our parents, and I believed my siblings appreciated my sacrifice, even if they couldn't contribute equally. I assumed that when the time came, our parents' estate would be divided fairly, and that my years of caregiving and financial contributions would be acknowledged in some way. My parents' estate isn't enormous. Their house is worth about $300,000, and they have approximately $180,000 in savings and retirement accounts. But it represents their life's work, and I'd always assumed it would be split 3 ways among their children, which seemed fair, even though my contributions had been vastly greater than my siblings. Then, about 6 months ago, I was helping Dad organize some paperwork in his home office. He'd asked me to help him file various documents so everything would be in order for when the time came. As I was sorting through papers, I found a folder marked estate planning that contained multiple drafts of their will. The earliest version, dated about 12 years ago, left everything divided equally among the 3 children. But there were several more recent versions, and as I read through them, I felt sick. The most recent draft, dated just 3 months earlier, left the house and the majority of the estate to Denise, with only small token amounts to Marcus and me. I found correspondence in the folder that explained what had happened. Denise had been writing letters and emails to Dad over the past year, arguing that she should inherit the house because she was in the real estate business and could properly manage the asset. She claimed that I was already benefiting from living rent-free next door. I wasn't. I owned my own house and paid my own mortgage, and that Marcus didn't need the money because of his finance career. More disturbingly, Denise had been suggesting to Dad that my caregiving was actually self-serving, that I was doing it because I expected to inherit everything, and that it was only fair to disappoint those expectations by leaving the estate to her instead. She framed my decade of sacrifice as manipulation rather than love, and apparently had been pressuring Dad for months to change the will. I sat in Dad's office holding these documents, feeling betrayed and furious. I'd sacrificed 10 years of my life, $60,000 of my savings, and countless opportunities to care for our parents. Denise had made minimal effort beyond brief monthly visits and social media performances, yet she'd been working behind the scenes to erase me from the will and claim the estate for herself. I carefully made copies of all the documents, including Denise's letters and the various will drafts. Then I consulted with my own attorney, explaining the situation and showing her the evidence of Denise's manipulation. My attorney's advice was clear. Dad's current will wasn't actually finalized or properly executed. The recent draft was just that, a draft that hadn't been properly witnessed or notarized. The legally valid will was still an older version that divided everything equally. However, if Denise continued pressuring Dad, she might succeed in getting him to properly execute a new will that disinherited me. My attorney suggested I needed to document my caregiving contributions and speak with my parents about their true wishes. She also advised that I could potentially challenge any new will on grounds of undue influence if Denise had manipulated Dad while he was vulnerable due to his stroke and cognitive decline. But I decided to take a more proactive approach. I sat down with both my parents when they were having a good day cognitively and had an honest conversation about the will. I explained that I'd seen the drafts and Denise's letters, and I wanted to understand their true wishes without any pressure from any of their children. Dad was actually embarrassed when I brought it up. He admitted that Denise had been very persistent and persuasive, and that he'd felt confused about what was fair. He said he'd never actually wanted to disinherit me, but Denise had made convincing arguments about real estate management and had suggested I was financially motivated rather than genuinely caring. I showed Dad my personal financial records, documenting the $60,000 I'd spent supplementing their care over the years. I explained that I'd taken early retirement specifically to care for them, sacrificing years of teaching income and pension growth. I wasn't asking for special treatment, but I wanted them to understand that my caregiving had been motivated by love, not by expectation of inheritance. Mom, despite her dementia, had moments of clarity, and during one of those moments, she told me very directly, "You've been here for us every day. Your sister visits once a month and takes pictures. We know the difference." With my parents' genuine consent and clear understanding, I worked with my attorney to create a new will that was properly executed, witnessed, and notarized. The new will divided the estate differently than the old equal split. I would receive the house and 50% of the liquid assets, while Marcus and Denise would each receive 25% of the liquid assets. My parents explicitly stated in the will that this division reflected my extraordinary caregiving contributions over the past decade and the financial sacrifices I'd made. The will also included specific bequests of family heirlooms and sentimental items. But before finalizing those bequests, I had another idea. My parents had a collection of family items with historical significance: my grandmother's antique quilts, my grandfather's military medals and correspondence, old photographs documenting our family's history in this town going back 4 generations, and various other items that had sentimental value to our family, but also broader historical interest. With my parents' permission, I contacted the local historical society and the town museum, and offered to donate many of these items while my parents were still alive. The Historical Society was thrilled. Our family had been in this community for over a century, and these items documented important parts of local history. The museum created a small, permanent exhibit featuring our family's contributions to the town. This served multiple purposes. First, it honored my parents' legacy in a public, meaningful way that they could see and appreciate while they were still alive. Second, it ensured these items would be preserved and appreciated, rather than sold or discarded. And third, it meant that Denise couldn't claim these sentimental items that she'd probably planned to sell, given her real estate business mentality. I documented everything meticulously. Every doctor's appointment, every medication administered, every financial contribution I'd made, every home modification I'd paid for. I kept detailed logs that would demonstrate beyond any doubt the level of care I'd provided for a decade. My parents both passed away within 6 months of each other about 8 months ago, Dad from complications of his stroke and Mom from the advancing dementia. The will reading was held at my attorney's office with all 3 siblings present. Marcus seemed content with his 25% of the liquid assets, about $45,000, which he apparently viewed as fair for someone who'd contributed minimally to our parents' care. But Denise was shocked and furious when she learned she'd receive only $45,000, and none of the house, none of the family heirlooms she'd been counting on, and none of the sentimental items she'd probably planned to monetize. She immediately contested the will, claiming undue influence and that I'd manipulated our parents while they were vulnerable. My attorney calmly presented all the documentation, the records of Denise's letters pressuring Dad to change the will, the evidence of her minimal caregiving contributions, the detailed logs of my decade of daily care, the financial records showing my $60,000 in personal contributions, and most importantly, the video recordings we'd made of my parents, clearly and competently explaining their wishes. The judge reviewing the case was not sympathetic to Denise's challenge. The evidence showed that she had been the one attempting to manipulate our parents through persistent pressure, while I had been the one providing actual care. The will was upheld completely. Denise was particularly upset about the family heirlooms that had been donated to the Historical Society and Museum. She'd apparently been counting on those items and was furious they'd been given away before she could claim them. I explained that our parents had wanted their legacy to benefit the community they'd lived in for over 40 years, not to be sold for profit by a daughter who'd visited once a month for photo opportunities. I inherited the family home and now maintain it carefully, preserving the place where our parents lived for 4 decades. I've kept some items for my own children and grandchildren, but I've also shared other pieces with the museum and local historical organizations, ensuring our family's history benefits the broader community. Marcus and I maintain a cordial relationship. He's acknowledged that the will division was fair, given my extraordinary contributions, and he appreciates that I'm maintaining our parents' home and legacy. Denise and I haven't spoken since the will reading. According to Marcus, she's bitter and tells people I manipulated our parents and stole her inheritance. But anyone who knows the actual situation understands that I devoted a decade to caregiving while she made brief monthly visits, and that she was the one who attempted manipulation through her persistent letters, pressuring Dad to change his will. I'm 56 years old, living next door to the family home I inherited, surrounded by memories of my parents, and the satisfaction of knowing I honored them with genuine care during their final years. The decade I spent caregiving was difficult and required enormous sacrifice, but it was motivated by love, not by expectation of reward. Denise tried to erase me from the will after I'd sacrificed years of my life caring for our parents. Instead, she ended up with a minimal inheritance while I received the family home, and the satisfaction of knowing our parents' final wishes reflected their appreciation for genuine care, rather than rewarding manipulative pressure. Sometimes revenge isn't loud or dramatic. It's quietly documenting the truth, ensuring legal protections are in place, and making sure that those who tried to betray you gain nothing, while justice unfolds through proper legal channels, and family legacy is honored appropriately. Denise wanted the house and the heirlooms without doing the work of caring. Instead, she got a fraction of what she expected, while I maintain our parents' home and legacy with the respect and care it deserves. I covered my son's debts for years. Then he tried to cut me out of my own life. I'm a 52-year-old mother who spent the past 3 decades building a stable life through careful financial planning and relentless hard work. After a messy divorce when my son Kevin was 5 years old, I raised him alone while working as an accountant for a mid-sized firm. My ex-husband provided minimal child support and even less emotional support, so it was just Kevin and me against the world for most of his childhood. I lived modestly in a downtown apartment, nothing fancy, but clean, safe, and in a good school district. Every financial decision I made was calculated and deliberate. I saved consistently, invested wisely, and made sure Kevin had opportunities I'd never had growing up. I paid for his college education in full, so he wouldn't start his adult life buried in student loans. I helped him buy his first car when he graduated. When he wanted to pursue a master's degree, I helped cover that tuition too. But Kevin struggled with money management, despite having every advantage I'd tried to give him. In his 20s, he accumulated credit card debt, about $15,000, from lifestyle spending he couldn't actually afford. When the debt became overwhelming, he came to me in tears, and I paid it off. I thought it was a one-time lesson learned. Then it happened again. More credit card debt, this time $22,000. I paid that off too, sitting him down for a serious conversation about budgeting and living within his means. Kevin promised he understood and would be more responsible. When Kevin got engaged to his girlfriend Monica, they wanted to buy a house. They qualified for a mortgage, but the down payment was beyond their savings. I contributed $40,000 for their down payment, telling myself this was an investment in my son's future stability. Kevin and Monica moved into their new home, and I thought maybe now, with the responsibility of home ownership, Kevin would finally develop financial discipline. But the pattern continued. Kevin would call with financial emergencies. His car needed expensive repairs. Monica lost her job and they needed help with mortgage payments. They had unexpected medical bills. Each time, I helped. Over the years, I calculated that I'd given Kevin approximately $120,000 in direct financial assistance, beyond what I'd already spent on his education and upbringing. I never asked for repayment. Kevin was my son, and I wanted to help him succeed. But I did expect gratitude, respect, and maybe some acknowledgement of the sacrifices I'd made. Instead, Kevin started treating my financial support as an entitlement rather than a gift. He'd call demanding money rather than asking. If I questioned whether a particular expense was necessary, he'd become defensive and angry, accusing me of being unsupportive or controlling. When I suggested he and Monica needed to create a realistic budget, Kevin said I was being judgmental and didn't understand modern life expenses. About a year ago, Kevin started making comments about my lifestyle and finances. He'd visit my apartment and criticize my furniture as outdated and suggest I should downsize to save money. He questioned my spending on small luxuries like my monthly book club membership or occasional dinners out with friends. The irony of my financially irresponsible son lecturing me about money management was almost funny. Except it wasn't funny at all. It was insulting and hurtful. Then Kevin started asking detailed questions about my retirement accounts, my savings, and my assets. He wanted to know exactly how much I had, where it was invested, and what my plans were for eventually distributing my estate. When I told him those were private matters I'd discuss when appropriate, he became visibly frustrated. The breaking point came on a Tuesday evening about 6 months ago. I was trying to check my bank account online and discovered my password had been changed. I tried to reset it using my email, but my email password had also been changed. I called my bank's customer service line and went through their identity verification process to regain access, and that's when I discovered something terrifying. Someone had attempted to add themselves as a joint account holder on my primary checking and savings accounts. The bank had flagged the attempts as suspicious because the requests had come from an IP address and device that weren't associated with my typical account access patterns. The bank had temporarily locked my accounts pending verification from me that these were legitimate requests. I immediately knew it was Kevin. I checked with my phone carrier and discovered someone had tried to change my phone number to a different device. I went through password recovery processes for all my accounts and found evidence that someone had systematically attempted to access and control my email, bank accounts, phone number, and even my retirement account login credentials. I called Kevin and asked him to come to my apartment immediately. When he arrived, I confronted him directly about the attempted account takeovers. His face flushed red, and initially he tried to deny it. But when I showed him the evidence, the IP address matched his home network, the timing corresponded with periods when I'd been at work, he changed tactics. "Mom, you're 52 years old," Kevin said, his voice taking on a condescending tone I'd never heard before. "You're at an age where you need to start thinking about letting someone else manage these things. I was just trying to help you by getting access so I could make sure everything was being handled properly. You should step aside and let me manage your finances. It's for your own good." I was speechless. My 29-year-old son, who'd accumulated over $100,000 in debt that I'd paid off, who'd required my financial rescue repeatedly throughout his adult life, who couldn't manage his own household budget, was telling me I was too old to manage my own finances and needed to step aside and let him take control. When I pointed out the absurdity of this, that he'd proven himself financially irresponsible and had no right to access my accounts, Kevin became angry. He said I was being selfish and irrational, that Monica had been the one who suggested I might need help managing my money as I got older, and that they were just looking out for me. I asked Kevin to leave. After he was gone, I sat in my apartment trying to process what had happened. My son hadn't been trying to help me. He'd been trying to gain control of my finances so he could access my money without having to ask permission anymore. He saw my savings and assets as resources he was entitled to, and he was trying to take control before I could stop him. I didn't sleep that night. By morning, I'd made my decision. I called my attorney first thing and explained everything that had happened. Then I called my financial advisor. Over the next week, I systematically secured and restructured all my accounts and assets in ways Kevin could never access or control. First, I closed all joint accounts that Kevin had any connection to. Years earlier, I'd added him as an authorized user on one credit card for emergencies, and I'd once made him a joint holder on a small checking account. All of that was closed immediately. Second, I moved the majority of my savings and investments into accounts at different institutions with enhanced security features. I set up two-factor authentication on everything, changed all my passwords to complex combinations Kevin could never guess, and made sure all recovery options went to my personal email that he had no access to. Third, and most significantly, I owned a small vacation property, a cabin in the mountains that my ex-husband and I had bought early in our marriage and that I'd kept after the divorce. Kevin had always loved that cabin and had explicitly told me multiple times that he expected to inherit it someday. He'd even told Monica it would be theirs eventually. The cabin had appreciated significantly and was now worth about $180,000. I put the cabin on the market and sold it within 6 weeks. The proceeds went directly into secured investment accounts that Kevin had no knowledge of and could never access. When Kevin found out I'd sold the cabin, he was furious. He called me screaming about how I'd stolen his inheritance and how I had no right to sell property he'd been planning to own. I reminded him calmly that it was my property, that I had every right to sell my own assets, and that inheritance is something you receive, not something you're entitled to demand while the person is still alive. Fourth, I contacted my attorney and completely rewrote my will. The previous version had left everything to Kevin: my savings, my retirement accounts, my personal property, everything. The new version left Kevin nothing. Instead, my entire estate would be divided between organizations supporting single parents and programs helping underprivileged children afford college, causes I deeply cared about based on my own experiences. My attorney made sure the will was ironclad. We included medical evaluations confirming my complete mental competency, video recordings of me explaining my reasoning, and multiple witnesses. I specifically cited Kevin's attempted takeover of my accounts and his years of financial irresponsibility as my reasons for disinheriting him. When Kevin realized he'd lost access to my accounts and that the cabin he'd been counting on was sold, he initially tried apologizing and claiming he'd made mistakes, but had meant well. When I didn't immediately forgive him and restore his access to anything, he became angry again, threatening to sue me for various grievances. I had my attorney send him a letter explaining that attempting to fraudulently access someone's financial accounts could constitute identity theft and fraud, and that I'd documented everything. If Kevin wanted to pursue legal action, I was prepared to pursue charges against him for attempted financial exploitation. Kevin dropped his threats immediately. Monica apparently was furious when she realized the inheritance she'd been counting on was gone. According to mutual friends, she'd been planning how they'd use my money to upgrade their house and lifestyle. Now she blamed Kevin for ruining their financial plans by getting caught trying to take over my accounts. That was 6 months ago. I'm now 52, living in my downtown apartment that I love, continuing to work as an accountant at a job I find fulfilling, and enjoying financial security that's entirely under my control. I've changed my phone number so Kevin can't harass me with calls. He can reach me through email if he needs to communicate about something important, but I'm no longer available for his financial emergencies or his attempts at manipulation. Kevin has had to face financial responsibility for the first time in his adult life. Without access to my money, he and Monica have had to actually live within their means, cut unnecessary expenses, and manage their own budget. According to what I've heard through mutual acquaintances, they've had to sell their house and move into a smaller place they can actually afford. Kevin has taken a second job to make ends meet. Some people think I've been too harsh with Kevin. They see a mother who's cut off her son and think I'm being cruel. But those people don't know that Kevin spent years draining my resources, then tried to take complete control of my finances while I was still perfectly capable of managing them myself. They don't know he attempted what essentially amounted to identity theft against his own mother because he felt entitled to money I'd worked my entire life to save. I spent decades sacrificing for Kevin, covering his debts, funding his education, helping with his house, bailing him out of every financial crisis. I did it out of love, expecting nothing in return except basic respect and gratitude. Instead, he tried to push me aside and take control of my life's work. Now I live peacefully, no longer manipulated or feeling obligated to someone who saw me as a bank account rather than as a person. My money goes toward causes I believe in, and when I die, it will help single parents and underprivileged children build better futures, just as I tried to do for Kevin before he proved himself unworthy of that investment. Sometimes revenge isn't loud or dramatic. It's making sure the people who betrayed you never benefit from what you built. It's reclaiming your life and your autonomy from someone who tried to steal both. It's ensuring that your legacy reflects your values rather than rewarding someone who only valued you for what they could take. Kevin wanted me to step aside and let him manage my finances. Instead, I stepped up, secured everything he thought he'd eventually control, and made sure he'll spend the rest of his life knowing his greed cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm thriving independently, and he's learning what financial responsibility actually means. That seems like exactly the right outcome for someone who tried to cut his own mother out of her own life. I discovered my daughter hid my life savings, so I hid her inheritance instead. I'm a 57-year-old mother, recently retired after 33 years of teaching middle school English. I raised my daughter Emma alone after my husband left us when she was just 4 years old. He'd decided family life wasn't for him and moved across the country to start over, sending minimal child support and eventually stopping contact altogether. So it was just Emma and me in our small city apartment for decades, building a life together from what often felt like nothing. Teaching doesn't pay particularly well, but I'm good with money and I'm disciplined. Every month I put away whatever I could spare, sometimes just $50, sometimes more when I picked up summer school or tutoring work. I saved meticulously for 2 goals: Emma's college education and my own retirement security. I didn't want Emma starting her adult life buried in student loans like I had been, and I didn't want to be a financial burden to her when I got older. By the time Emma graduated high school, I had saved enough to cover most of her state university tuition. She still needed some loans for living expenses, but I'd managed to give her a significant financial head start. I was proud of what I'd accomplished on a teacher's salary as a single mother. After Emma graduated college and got a job in marketing, our relationship remained close. She lived nearby, visited regularly, and we talked on the phone several times a week. When I started talking about retirement, Emma offered to help me organize my finances and make sure everything was properly managed. She said she'd taken some financial planning courses through her job and wanted to help me maximize my retirement savings. I was touched by her offer. I gave Emma access to view my accounts and helped me understand some of the investment options I'd been considering. She seemed knowledgeable and genuinely interested in helping me secure my financial future. I trusted her completely. She was my daughter, the person I'd devoted my life to raising. About 6 months after I retired, I was reviewing my bank statements and noticed something odd. The balance in my primary savings account seemed much lower than I remembered. I'd saved approximately $180,000 for retirement. It wasn't a fortune, but combined with my modest pension, it would give me a comfortable life. But my statements showed only about $35,000. My hands were shaking as I called the bank. The representative explained that large transfers had been made from my savings account to another account over the past 4 months. When I asked whose account had received the transfers, she gave me the account number, and I recognized it immediately. It was Emma's. I felt physically ill. My daughter had transferred $145,000 of my retirement savings into her own account without telling me. I called Emma immediately and asked her to come over. She arrived that evening looking nervous, which told me she knew why I'd called. I showed her the bank statements and asked her directly what had happened to my money. Emma's explanation was rehearsed and defensive. She said she'd moved the money for emergency expenses and better investment opportunities. She claimed she was managing it on my behalf and that I'd have access to it whenever I needed it. When I pointed out that she'd moved it into her personal account, not an investment account in my name, she became irritated. "Mom, "You don't need it right now," she said, her voice taking on an edge I'd rarely heard. "I'll handle it from now on. You don't understand modern investment strategies like I do. This is better for both of us." I asked Emma to transfer the money back immediately. She refused, saying she'd already allocated some of it to investments, and that moving it back now would result in penalties and fees. She assured me everything was fine and that I was overreacting. When I continued insisting she return my money, Emma became openly hostile. "You're being paranoid and controlling," she said. "I'm trying to help you, and you're treating me like a criminal. Maybe if you trusted me more, we wouldn't have this problem." She left my apartment that night, and I sat alone trying to process what had just happened. My daughter, the person I'd sacrificed everything for, who I'd raised to be honest and compassionate, had stolen my life savings and was now gaslighting me about it. She'd taken my financial security and was acting like I was the problem for objecting. I barely slept that night. By morning, I'd made a decision. I wasn't going to let Emma steal from me and manipulate me into accepting it. I contacted a lawyer who specialized in elder financial abuse and fraud. I explained the situation, provided documentation showing the unauthorized transfers, and asked what recourse I had. The lawyer reviewed everything and told me I had a strong case. The transfers had been made without explicit written authorization for Emma to move funds into her own personal accounts. The bank's records showed that I'd only given Emma view access to help me understand my accounts, not authorization to transfer funds. Emma had exceeded her authority and had essentially stolen from me. My lawyer sent Emma a formal letter demanding immediate return of all funds, explaining the legal violations she'd committed, and threatening civil and potentially criminal action if she didn't comply within 10 days. Emma called me crying after receiving the letter, saying she couldn't believe I'd sicked a lawyer on her and that I was destroying our relationship over money. I told her calmly that she'd destroyed our relationship when she stole $145,000 from me and then lied about it. I said she had 10 days to return every penny or face the consequences. She hung up on me. 8 days later, my lawyer received a full transfer of the funds back into my account. Emma had apparently consulted with her own attorney, who'd advised her that she had no legal ground to stand on, and that she'd committed clear fraud. She returned the money to avoid criminal charges and a civil lawsuit she'd certainly lose. But returning the money didn't undo the betrayal. I now understood that my daughter saw me as a resource to exploit, rather than as a mother to respect. She'd stolen my retirement security, lied about it, tried to gaslight me into accepting it, and only returned the money when faced with legal consequences. Not because she understood she'd done something wrong. I made another appointment with my attorney, this time to revise my will. I'd previously planned to leave everything to Emma: my retirement savings, my small pension survivor benefits, my personal possessions, everything. But I couldn't leave my assets to someone who'd already tried to steal them once. We drafted a new will that left Emma nothing. Instead, my estate would be divided between several organizations I'd supported throughout my teaching career: literacy programs for underprivileged children, scholarships for first-generation college students, and a local women's shelter that helped single mothers like I'd been decades ago. My attorney made sure the will was legally bulletproof. We had medical evaluations confirming my mental competency, multiple witnesses, and a video recording of me explaining my reasoning clearly and rationally. I specifically cited Emma's theft of my retirement savings and her refusal to return it until threatened with legal action as my primary motivation for disinheriting her. Emma and I attempted to maintain a relationship after she returned the money, but it was hollow and strained. She'd occasionally visit or call, but the trust was completely gone. I could never be sure if she was genuinely interested in my well-being, or if she was trying to position herself back into my good graces for inheritance purposes. Every conversation felt calculated, and I found myself keeping her at arm's length emotionally. I changed all my passwords, put additional security on my accounts, and made sure Emma had no access whatsoever to my financial information. I also started keeping detailed records of my assets and gave copies to my attorney to ensure nothing could disappear unexpectedly. I lived for another 15 years after that incident, passing away peacefully at 72 from natural causes. I'd had a comfortable retirement thanks to the savings Emma had tried to steal, but was forced to return. I traveled, volunteered with literacy programs, and built friendships with people I trusted. Emma and I remained in limited contact, but she was essentially a distant acquaintance rather than a close daughter. According to my attorney, who'd promised to share this story, Emma attended the will reading expecting to inherit my estate. I'd accumulated additional savings over those 15 years, and my apartment had appreciated in value, meaning my estate was worth approximately $240,000. A modest amount, but significant enough that Emma had apparently been counting on it. When the attorney read my will and Emma learned she was receiving nothing, she apparently became hysterical. She screamed that this was illegal, that I must have been incompetent or manipulated, and that she was going to challenge the will. The attorney calmly presented all the documentation, the medical evaluations, the witness statements, the video recording, and the documented history of Emma's theft and fraud. In the video recording I'd made for this exact moment, I spoke directly to Emma. "You stole my retirement savings, $145,000 I'd spent decades saving through sacrifice and hard work. You only returned it when threatened with criminal charges, not because you understood the betrayal. I couldn't trust you with my life, so I certainly can't trust you with my legacy. Every dollar I've saved will go to help people who need it, not to someone who tried to steal it once already." Emma attempted to challenge the will, but her attorney quickly advised her it was hopeless. The documentation was thorough, my competency was unquestionable, and her own documented theft actually strengthened my case for disinheriting her. The organizations that received my estate used it well. The literacy program expanded to serve more children. The scholarship fund helped 6 first-generation college students afford their education. The women's shelter renovated their facilities to help more mothers in crisis. I raised a thief, but I left a legacy. Was it cruel to deny Emma an inheritance? Perhaps. But she'd already tried to take that inheritance early by stealing my life savings when she thought I was too trusting to stop her. Justice isn't always about what's easiest or most comfortable. Sometimes it's about ensuring that your resources benefit people who appreciate them, rather than someone who proved they valued money over the relationship with the person who'd sacrificed everything for them. Emma learned that betraying someone's trust has costs that last far longer than any legal consequence. She got nothing from my estate except the knowledge that she could have inherited everything if she'd simply been honest and respectful. That lesson, delivered after my death, seems like exactly the right ending to the story of a mother who gave everything to her child, only to have that child try to steal what little security she'd managed to build for herself. I funded my daughter's dream home. Then she tried to force me out of my own house. I'm a 54-year-old single mother who spent the past 3 decades working multiple jobs to build a stable life for my daughter Claire and maintain our modest, suburban home. After my husband left when Claire was just 2 years old, it's been just the 2 of us in this cozy 3-bedroom house filled with memories of birthday parties, homework sessions at the kitchen table, and countless mother-daughter conversations on the back porch. I've worked as a dental hygienist during the day and picked up evening shifts as a medical transcriptionist to make ends meet and save for the future. It wasn't glamorous, but it provided stability and allowed me to give Claire opportunities I'd never had. I paid for her college education, helped her buy her first car, and supported her through graduate school when she decided to pursue a master's degree in business administration. About 3 years ago, Claire got engaged to her boyfriend Derek, and they started talking about buying a house together. They'd been living in apartments since college, and Claire had always dreamed of owning a beautiful home where she could eventually raise a family. She and Derek had decent jobs and could qualify for a mortgage, but they were struggling to save for the down payment while also planning their wedding. Claire came to me asking if I could help with the down payment, explaining that she and Derek had found their dream home, a 4-bedroom colonial in an upscale neighborhood with excellent schools. The down payment needed was $80,000, which was far more than they'd saved. They'd managed to put together $30,000, but they were $50,000 short. I'd been saving diligently for years and had approximately $95,000 in savings, money I'd planned to use for my own eventual retirement or for emergencies. But Claire was my only child, and I wanted to help her achieve this milestone. I gave her the $50,000 she needed, essentially depleting over half my savings, with the understanding that this was a gift to help her and Derek start their married life in a home they loved. Claire and Derek bought the house, got married, and seemed genuinely happy. I visited their new home frequently and was proud to see them settling into adult life. I thought my sacrifice had been worth it to give Claire this foundation for her future. But about 6 months after they moved in, Claire started making comments about my house. She'd visit and mention how much space I had for just one person, or suggest that maintaining the house must be exhausting at my age. I was only 52 at the time and perfectly capable. She started asking questions about my house's value, how much equity I had, and what my plans were for eventually downsizing. I explained that I loved my house, had no interest in moving, and planned to stay there indefinitely. Claire seemed frustrated by this response and started being more direct. She said I was wasting money, maintaining a house I didn't need, and that it would make more financial sense for me to sell it and move into a smaller condo or apartment. When I asked why she was so concerned about my living situation, Claire said she was just looking out for me and wanted to make sure I was making smart financial decisions. But her persistence felt less like concern and more like pressure, and I started to feel uncomfortable during her visits. Then Claire suggested something that shocked me. She said that since I'd helped her so much with her down payment, maybe we should consider combining resources by selling my house and having me move in with her and Derek. She said they had plenty of space, and I could have my own bedroom and bathroom, and we'd all save money by sharing living expenses. I immediately declined. I had no interest in giving up my independence to live as a guest in my daughter's home. I'd worked for 30 years to pay off my mortgage and own my house outright, and I wasn't about to sell it to become dependent on Claire and Derek's hospitality. Claire became visibly upset when I refused. She said I was being selfish and ungrateful after everything she'd done for me. I was stunned. I'd just given her $50,000 to buy her dream home, and she was calling me ungrateful for not wanting to sell my own house. Over the next few months, Claire's pressure intensified. She'd bring up my house during every conversation, suggesting various reasons why I should sell it. It was too much space, too much maintenance, too much expense, too much responsibility for someone my age. When I'd firmly decline, she'd become frustrated and snippy. Then, one afternoon about 8 months ago, I was visiting Claire and Derek's house when I needed to print something. Claire directed me to use the printer in Derek's home office, and while I was there, I noticed a folder on the desk labeled with my name and address. Curious and concerned, I opened it. Inside were documents from a real estate attorney, correspondence about transferring property deeds, questions about establishing joint ownership of property, and inquiries about what legal grounds might exist for adult children to claim ownership interest in their parents' homes. There were also printouts about elder competency laws and when families could intervene in property decisions. My hands were shaking as I realized what I was seeing. Claire had consulted with an attorney about taking my house, either by convincing me to add her name to the deed as a joint owner, or by potentially claiming I wasn't competent to manage my own property and needed her intervention. I made copies of several key documents using Derek's printer, then put the folder back exactly as I'd found it. I left their house shortly after, telling Claire I wasn't feeling well, which was true. I felt sick discovering that my daughter was plotting to take my home. The betrayal cut deeper than anything I'd experienced. I'd given Claire everything, raised her alone after her father abandoned us, worked multiple jobs to give her opportunities, paid for her education, and just given her $50,000 to buy her dream home. And she was repaying me by scheming with a lawyer to steal my house. I immediately contacted my own attorney and showed her the documents I'd copied. She was appalled by what Claire had been attempting and advised me to take immediate protective measures. First, we created a revocable living trust and transferred my house into it, with me as the sole trustee and beneficiary. This meant that even if Claire tried to claim some interest in the property or file fraudulent documents, the house was protected within a trust structure she couldn't touch. The trust also included provisions that would make any challenge extremely difficult and expensive. Second, my attorney added enhanced security to my property records, flagging my account with the county recorder's office so that any attempted filings related to my property would trigger immediate notification to my attorney and require extra verification of authenticity. Third, we reviewed my will. I'd previously planned to leave everything to Claire: my house, my remaining savings, my retirement accounts, everything. But after discovering her scheme to steal my property while I was still alive, I couldn't trust her with that inheritance. We drafted a new will, leaving Claire a token amount, $5,000, with the rest of my estate divided between women's shelters and organizations that support single mothers, causes I deeply cared about based on my own experiences. But I wasn't finished. Over the years, I'd collected some valuable items that Claire had always assumed would be hers someday. My mother's jewelry collection, worth approximately $15,000, a collection of rare books worth about $8,000, and various antiques and collectibles worth another $10,000. Claire had explicitly mentioned these items several times, saying things like, "I can't wait to wear Grandma's pearls someday," or, "Those first edition books will be mine eventually." I decided she wouldn't get the satisfaction of inheriting items she'd been counting on. Over the next few months, I systematically sold the jewelry, the rare books, and most of the valuable collectibles through auction houses and specialty dealers. The proceeds totaled approximately $32,000. I donated the entire $32,000 to local women's shelters and organizations that help single mothers escape abusive situations and build independent lives. I structured the donations to be released over several years, creating ongoing support for these causes rather than a one-time gift. I also donated several items that had sentimental value but less monetary worth to local museums and historical societies. Things like my father's military uniforms and medals, old family photographs documenting our town's history, and various heirlooms that told stories about our family and community. These donations ensured the items would be preserved and appreciated, rather than sitting in Claire's house or being sold. About 2 months after I'd secured my house in the trust and sold the valuables, Claire invited me to lunch. During the meal, she brought up the house again, this time suggesting that we should make things official by adding her name to my deed, just in case something happens to me. She framed it as being practical and responsible, saying she'd be able to help me manage things if I became ill or incapacitated. I looked at my daughter across the lunch table and realized she had no idea I'd discovered her scheme. She thought she was still manipulating me successfully. I decided to be direct. "Claire, I know you've been consulting with a real estate attorney about taking my house. I found the documents in Derek's office. I know you've been trying to figure out how to either convince me to add you to the deed or to claim I'm incompetent so you can intervene. Claire's face went pale, then red. She tried to deny it initially, but when I described specific documents I'd seen, she changed tactics. She claimed she'd only been exploring options to help me, that she was worried about me managing property alone at my age, and that she'd just been trying to be responsible and plan ahead. I gave you $50,000 to buy your dream home, I said quietly. I sacrificed over half my savings to help you and Derek, and you're repaying me by scheming to take my home away from me. The house I've lived in for 30 years, the house I worked 2 jobs to pay for, the house where I raised you. Claire became defensive and angry, saying I was overreacting and being paranoid. She accused me of not trusting her and said I was being dramatic about some preliminary legal research. When I remained calm and firm, she started crying and saying I was being cruel and unfair. I told Claire that my house was now in a trust she could never access, that my will had been changed, and that the valuable items she'd been counting on inheriting had been sold and donated to charity. I explained that I'd done all of this because I'd discovered her plan to steal my property, and I'd decided to protect myself from my own daughter's greed and betrayal. Claire tried various approaches over the next few weeks, apologizing, claiming she'd made mistakes but meant well, saying Derek had been the one pushing for these plans, which I didn't believe, threatening to sue me for some imaginary grievance. None of it worked. My attorney had everything documented and legally protected, and Claire's own paperwork proved she'd been scheming to take my property. Eventually, Claire stopped reaching out. According to mutual friends, she's bitter and tells people I'm unreasonable and ungrateful. She apparently complains that after she graciously offered to let me live with her and Derek, I responded by cutting her out of my will and stealing her inheritance, that I gave Claire $50,000 to buy her dream home, and she repaid me by consulting lawyers about how to take my house. They know I worked multiple jobs for decades to build stability, and that Claire tried to undermine that stability out of greed and entitlement. I'm 54 years old, living in the house I've called home for 30 years, surrounded by memories of raising Claire and building a life from nothing after her father abandoned us. The house is securely in a trust that protects it from any scheming. The valuable items Claire assumed would be hers are gone, sold and donated to help women who genuinely need support. My will ensures that when I eventually pass, my assets will benefit causes I care about, rather than rewarding someone who tried to steal from me. I sleep peacefully now, free from manipulation and secure in my independence. Claire is presumably living in the dream home I helped her buy, though I don't know for certain since we're no longer in contact. She learned that greed and entitlement have consequences, and that attempting to steal your mother's home costs you far more than any inheritance could ever be worth. Sometimes revenge isn't about anger or dramatic confrontation. It's about quietly reclaiming control of your life and assets, protecting yourself through legal means, and ensuring that people who betrayed you face the natural consequences of their choices. Claire tried to force me out of my own house after I'd funded her dream home. Instead, she lost any future inheritance and destroyed our relationship, while I retained my home, my dignity, and the satisfaction of knowing my legacy will help women who actually need and appreciate support. I lent my daughter my life savings. Then she tried to lock me out of my own home. I'm a 53-year-old mother who recently retired after 30 years of nursing. I spent my career working long shifts, holidays, and weekends, caring for patients while building a stable life for my daughter, Melissa. I raised her alone after my marriage to her father fell apart when she was 6. He'd been controlling and emotionally abusive, and leaving him was the hardest and best decision I ever made. After the divorce, it was just Melissa and me in our modest suburban home, creating a life built on hard work and mutual support. I always tried to give Melissa everything I could. I worked extra shifts to save for her college tuition, paying for her entire 4-year degree so she wouldn't start her adult life in debt. When she graduated and wanted to move to the city for a marketing job, I helped her with first and last month's rent, plus a security deposit. When she decided she wanted to buy a condo a few years later, I lent her $35,000 for the down payment, essentially draining my personal savings, but believing it was an investment in her future. Melissa never paid back that $35,000, though she'd initially promised to repay me over time. When I'd gently bring it up, she'd say she was working on it, or that money was tight. Eventually, I stopped asking because I didn't want to strain our relationship over money. She was my only child, and I told myself that supporting her was what mothers do. Our relationship had always been close, or so I thought. We talked on the phone several times a week. She visited for holidays and birthdays, and I believed we had an unbreakable bond. I trusted Melissa completely with everything: my feelings, my finances, my future plans. About a year ago, Melissa started asking detailed questions about my retirement plans and my assets. She wanted to know about my pension, my savings, and especially about the house. I'd paid off the mortgage years ago, and the house was worth about $280,000 in the current market. Melissa would make comments about how the house was too much space for just me, and suggest I should consider downsizing to something smaller. I brushed off these suggestions because I loved my home. It was where I'd raised Melissa, where I had decades of memories, and where I felt comfortable and secure. I'd worked for 30 years to pay off that mortgage, and I wasn't ready to sell just because Melissa thought it was too much space. Then Melissa started offering to help me manage things as I approached retirement. She said she was worried about me handling everything alone and suggested I give her access to my accounts, just in case something happened to me. I felt uneasy about this and politely declined, saying I was perfectly capable of managing my own affairs. Melissa seemed annoyed by my refusal, but didn't push the issue directly. Instead, she started visiting more frequently, always with questions about my paperwork, where I kept important documents, who my attorney was, what my will said. At the time, I interpreted this as her being concerned about my well-being, though looking back, I can see she was gathering information. One morning, about 4 months ago, I returned home from grocery shopping to find something that made my blood run cold. The key wouldn't work in my front door. I thought maybe the lock had broken, but when I looked closer, I realized the entire lock mechanism had been replaced. There was a new lock on my door, and my key didn't fit. Taped to the door was an official-looking notice on legal letterhead. The document stated that ownership of the property had been transferred to Melissa Carter, my daughter's married name, and that I was being given notice to vacate within 30 days. The paperwork referenced various legal codes and included what appeared to be signatures and notary stamps. I was shaking as I read the notice. I called Melissa immediately, and she answered on the second ring, her voice calm and unsurprised. I asked her what was happening and why I was locked out of my own house. "Mom, I'm just securing your assets," Melissa said matter-of-factly. "You're retired now, and you don't really need a house this size. I filed paperwork to transfer ownership to me so I can manage the property properly. You can stay here for a while, but we need to start thinking about selling and getting you into a smaller place that's more appropriate." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Melissa, this is my house. I've lived here for 30 years. I paid off the mortgage. You can't just take my home." "I'm not taking it. I'm managing it," she replied, her tone suggesting she thought I was being unreasonable. "You don't understand real estate law or property management. This is better for everyone, especially you. You'll see that once you calm down." I asked her to come let me into my house immediately. She said she was at work and couldn't come until evening, and suggested I go get coffee or visit a friend while I processed everything. Then she hung up. I sat in my car in my own driveway, locked out of my own house, trying to understand how my daughter could do this to me. I'd given her everything, paid for her education, helped her get started in life, lent her my savings for her condo, and she'd repaid me by attempting to steal my home. I drove directly to my attorney's office. Fortunately, he could see me immediately when I explained it was an emergency. I showed him the notice that had been taped to my door, and he reviewed it carefully, his expression growing more concerned. "This paperwork is improperly filed," my attorney said. "The property transfer process requires multiple steps, including proper notification, your actual signature on specific documents, and court approval in many cases. Your daughter has apparently filed some initial paperwork claiming an interest in the property, but it's not legally valid without your consent. More importantly, she has no right to lock you out of your own home. That's illegal, regardless of any property dispute." My attorney called a locksmith who came to my house within an hour and helped me gain entry. We documented the lock change with photos and notes. Then my attorney filed emergency paperwork with the court to block Melissa's attempted property transfer and to formally notify her that she'd acted illegally by locking me out. We also discovered that Melissa had filed a false claim, suggesting she'd been living in the property as a caretaker and had an ownership interest through sweat equity and financial contributions to the household. This was completely fabricated. Melissa had her own condo across town and had never lived in my house as an adult or contributed to any household expenses. Over the next few days, my attorney uncovered the full scope of what Melissa had attempted. She'd forged my signature on documents claiming I'd agreed to transfer ownership. She'd filed false statements claiming she'd been my primary caregiver. I was perfectly healthy and didn't need caregiving. She'd even attempted to redirect my pension payments to an account she controlled, claiming she was managing my finances due to my supposed incapacity. When confronted with this evidence, Melissa hired her own attorney, who quickly advised her that her actions were not only legally invalid, but potentially criminal. She'd committed forgery, filed false legal documents, and illegally locked me out of my own property. Her attorney advised her to immediately withdraw all her claims and hope I wouldn't press charges. But I wasn't finished. Melissa's betrayal had shown me exactly how she viewed me, not as her mother who'd sacrificed everything for her, but as an asset to be managed and eventually liquidated for her benefit. I decided she needed to understand the full consequences of her actions. In addition to my primary home, I owned a second property, a small rental duplex I'd purchased years ago as a retirement investment. The duplex was worth about $190,000 and generated modest rental income. Melissa had always known about this property and had explicitly told me several times that she expected to inherit it, even suggesting I should put it in her name to avoid estate taxes, which didn't actually make sense given the modest value. I contacted my attorney and told him I wanted to sell the duplex immediately. Within 6 weeks, we had a buyer and the property was sold. The $190,000 in proceeds, minus selling costs, gave me about $175,000 in liquid capital. I didn't keep that money for myself. Instead, I donated it to causes I deeply cared about. Local women's shelters that help women escape abusive relationships like I'd escaped from Melissa's father, and scholarship funds that help single mothers attend nursing school or other healthcare programs. I created structured donations that would be dispersed over several years, helping dozens of women build better lives. I also completely rewrote my will. The previous version had left everything to Melissa: my house, my savings, my pension survivor benefits, my personal possessions. The new version left her nothing. My entire estate would now go to the organizations I donated the duplex proceeds to, continuing the work of helping vulnerable women and single mothers long after my death. My attorney made sure the will was legally airtight. We had medical evaluations confirming my mental competency, multiple witnesses, video recordings of me explaining my reasoning, and detailed documentation of Melissa's attempted theft of my home. Any challenge Melissa might attempt would be futile. When Melissa realized I'd sold the duplex she'd been counting on inheriting, she called me furious. That was supposed to be mine. You had no right to sell my property. I reminded her calmly that it was my property, not hers, and that I had every right to sell my own assets. I also informed her that she'd been removed from my will entirely, and that the organization helping abused women would inherit everything instead. You tried to steal my home, I said quietly. You forged my signature, filed false legal documents, and locked me out of the house I'd spent 30 years paying for. You saw me as something to manage and liquidate rather than as your mother who gave you everything. I gave you $35,000 you never repaid. I paid for your education. I helped you start your life. And you repaid me by trying to steal my house while I was grocery shopping. Melissa tried various approaches after that, apologizing, claiming she'd been trying to help me, blaming her husband for giving her bad advice, threatening legal action. None of it worked. My attorney had documented everything, and Melissa's own lawyer had advised her that pursuing any legal action would only expose her to potential criminal charges for the forgery and false filings. Melissa and I haven't spoken in 4 months now. According to mutual friends, she's struggling to accept that the inheritance she'd been counting on is gone. She'd apparently made financial decisions based on her assumption that she'd eventually inherit my house and the rental property, decisions that are now creating problems for her. As for me, I'm 53, living peacefully in the home I worked 30 years to pay for, surrounded by decades of memories and completely secure in my ownership. The locks have been changed again, this time by me, for my protection. I've installed security cameras and have legal documentation of everything that happened, in case Melissa ever tries something similar again. I volunteer weekly at one of the women's shelters my donation supports, and I mentor single mothers who are pursuing nursing careers through the scholarship program. I see my resources helping women who genuinely need support rather than enriching someone who already had every advantage and still tried to steal more. Some people think I was too harsh in disinheriting Melissa completely. They think a mother should always forgive her child, that family bonds should overcome any betrayal. But those people didn't experience what I did, coming home to find themselves locked out of their own home by their own daughter, discovering forged signatures and false legal filings, realizing that someone they trusted completely saw them as property to be managed, rather than as a person deserving respect. I lent Melissa my life savings when she needed a condo down payment. I paid for her entire education. I supported her through every stage of her life. She repaid me by attempting to steal my home using forged documents and false claims. I made sure she learned that respect is earned, not taken, and that betrayal has permanent consequences. Sometimes revenge isn't about anger or dramatic confrontation. It's about quietly reclaiming what's yours, securing your independence, and ensuring that people who betrayed you face the natural consequences of their own choices. Melissa wanted to manage my assets and eventually inherit everything I'd worked for. Instead, she lost any claim to anything, while women escaping abuse and single mothers pursuing education benefit from resources that would have gone to someone who proved herself unworthy. I sleep peacefully in my home now, free from manipulation, and secure in the knowledge that my legacy will help people who actually need and appreciate it. That seems like exactly the right outcome for someone who tried to lock her own mother out of her own home. I paid for my son's therapy. Then he tried to kick me out of the family business. I'm a 50-year-old father who spent most of my life working in the family bakery that my father opened when I was just a teenager. After my parents retired and moved to Arizona 15 years ago, they transferred ownership to me, and I've run Morrison's Bakery ever since. It's a community staple. Locals come for our sourdough and cinnamon rolls, and we've built relationships with customers who've been coming here for decades. This bakery isn't just a business, it's my legacy, my livelihood, and my connection to my family's history. I raised my son Ethan alone after my divorce when he was 8. His mother had struggled with addiction issues, and after the divorce, she had minimal involvement in his life. Ethan had a difficult childhood dealing with the abandonment and the instability of those early years. As he grew older, he developed significant anxiety and social struggles that affected his schoolwork, friendships, and overall well-being. I did everything I could to help him. Starting when Ethan was 10, I paid for weekly therapy sessions with a child psychologist who specialized in anxiety and trauma. As Ethan got older, the therapy continued with different specialists: cognitive behavioral therapists, group therapy for social skills, and eventually, a psychiatrist who could prescribe medication when it became clear that therapy alone wasn't enough. Over the course of about 12 years, I spent approximately $85,000 on Ethan's mental health treatment. Our insurance covered some of it, but specialized therapy and out-of-network providers meant I paid substantial amounts out of pocket. I also spent countless hours driving him to appointments, attending family therapy sessions, and researching the best treatment approaches. The investment paid off in many ways. Ethan's anxiety became more manageable. He developed better social skills, and he was able to attend community college and eventually finish a business degree at a state university. I was proud of how far he'd come and grateful that I'd been able to provide him the support he needed. During his college years, Ethan started working at the bakery part-time. At first, it was just to earn spending money, but he showed genuine interest in the business side of operations. He'd ask questions about suppliers, profit margins, marketing strategies, and customer relationships. I was thrilled that he seemed interested in potentially taking over the bakery someday, continuing the family tradition into a third generation. After Ethan graduated, he asked if he could work at the bakery full-time and learn the business comprehensively. I agreed immediately, seeing it as the perfect opportunity to train him to eventually take over. I paid him a generous salary, $50,000 a year, which was actually more than the bakery's profits strictly justified, but I wanted to incentivize his commitment and recognize that he was family. Over the next 3 years, I taught Ethan everything about running the bakery. He learned the recipes, the supplier relationships, the financial management, the employee scheduling, and the customer service philosophy that had made us successful. He became confident and capable, handling many operational details and even suggesting some successful innovations, like expanding our catering services. But as Ethan's confidence grew, so did an entitled attitude that troubled me. He started making comments about how the bakery needed fresh ideas and modern management. He'd criticize my traditional approaches and suggest I was holding the business back by not being more aggressive with expansion or trendy marketing. I'd try to explain that our success came from consistency, quality, and relationships, not from chasing every new trend. But Ethan would become frustrated and dismissive, acting like I was too old-fashioned to understand modern business. The young man I'd spent $85,000 helping through therapy was now acting like I was the problem holding him back. Then one afternoon about 4 months ago, I was reviewing some business paperwork when I noticed something strange. There was a document filed with the state regarding our business structure that I didn't remember signing. I pulled the full file from our attorney and discovered that the bakery's ownership structure had been changed. According to the documents, shares of the bakery had been transferred from me to Ethan, changing the ownership from 100% mine to 60% mine and 40% Ethan's. But I had never signed these transfer documents or authorized any such change. Looking more closely, I saw my signature on the paperwork, but it wasn't quite right. Someone had forged my signature, and that someone was almost certainly Ethan. I immediately called our business attorney and explained what I'd discovered. She reviewed the documents and confirmed they'd been filed about 2 months earlier. When she cross-referenced them with her records, she found that she'd never prepared these documents. They'd been prepared by a different attorney and filed directly with the state, bypassing our usual legal counsel. I confronted Ethan that evening after the bakery closed. I showed him the ownership transfer documents and asked him directly if he'd forged my signature and filed them without my knowledge. He didn't even try to deny it. "Dad, I didn't think you'd agree to give me shares voluntarily," Ethan said, his tone suggesting he thought this justified what he'd done. "You've had your turn running things. It's my time to lead now. I'm the one with fresh ideas and the energy to take this business to the next level. You should be grateful I'm willing to take it over instead of just leaving you to run it into the ground." I was stunned by the arrogance and entitlement in his voice. "Ethan, this is fraud. You forged my signature and filed false documents to steal ownership of my business. Do you understand that's a crime?" He rolled his eyes like I was overreacting. "It's not stealing when it's family business that should have been mine anyway. You're being dramatic. I'm just securing my future, and the bakery's future." I told Ethan to leave, and that we'd discuss this further once I'd consulted with my attorney. He seemed unconcerned, probably thinking that I'd ultimately just accept what he'd done, because he was my son, and I wouldn't want to cause family conflict. He was wrong. Over the next week, I worked with my attorney to develop a strategy to fix this situation and ensure Ethan learned some serious consequences for what he'd done. First, we filed paperwork with the state to void the fraudulent ownership transfer, providing handwriting analysis that proved the signature wasn't mine, and documentation showing I'd never authorized any such transfer. The State Corporate Commission investigated and agreed the documents were fraudulent. The ownership transfer was voided, and the bakery was restored to 100% my ownership. Ethan could have faced criminal charges for the forgery, but my attorney negotiated an agreement where he'd avoid prosecution if he signed documents acknowledging the forgery and agreeing to never attempt anything similar again. But I didn't stop there. Ethan had tried to cut me out of decision-making in my own business, claiming it was his time to lead. I decided to show him what actual ownership and control meant. I restructured Ethan's employment arrangement, converting him from a salaried employee to a manager position with clearly defined, limited responsibilities. His new salary was $35,000, still reasonable for a manager position, but significantly less than the generous $50,000 I'd been paying him as family. More importantly, I retained all business profits for myself as the sole owner. Ethan would receive his manager's salary and nothing more. He'd been trying to secure ownership shares that would entitle him to profits. Instead, he now had less income and no ownership stake whatsoever. To add an additional sting, I started actively networking with other bakery owners and food service entrepreneurs in the area. I invited several of them to visit our bakery for industry networking sessions, where I'd showcase our operations and my business acumen. These were people who ran businesses that could be considered competitors to some degree, though we generally served different neighborhoods. During these networking visits, I made sure Ethan was present, but in a clearly subordinate role. He'd be introduced as my manager, rather than as family or as someone who might take over the business someday. I'd explain business decisions and strategies, emphasizing my experience, judgment, and the traditional values that had made us successful. All the things Ethan had dismissed as old-fashioned. These visits were professionally valuable. I learned from other business owners and shared insights that helped several of them improve their operations. But they also served to humble Ethan, who had to watch me being respected and admired by his peers while he stood to the side in a subordinate position. The other bakery owners would sometimes engage with Ethan, and his attempts to impress them with fresh ideas or criticize traditional approaches often fell flat. These experienced business owners understood that success came from consistency and relationships, not from chasing trends. Several of them would politely but firmly disagree with Ethan's suggestions, essentially validating the traditional approaches I'd been teaching him all along. After about 2 months of this new arrangement, Ethan asked to meet with me privately. He was clearly frustrated and humbled by the changes in his position. He said he wanted to apologize for forging the documents and asked if we could go back to how things were before. I told him very clearly that we couldn't go back. He'd committed fraud by forging my signature and attempting to steal ownership of my business. He'd shown complete disrespect for everything I'd built and for the years I'd invested in his well-being, including the $85,000 I'd spent on his therapy so he could overcome his anxiety and social struggles. "You wanted it to be your time to lead," I said. "But leadership isn't about forging documents and stealing ownership. It's about earning trust and respect through competence and integrity. You've demonstrated neither." I told Ethan that his current position as manager with limited responsibilities and reduced salary was what he'd earned through his actions. If he wanted to rebuild trust and potentially be considered for greater responsibility in the future, he'd need to demonstrate years of loyal, honest work with a genuinely humble attitude. Ethan struggled with this at first. He'd become accustomed to thinking of himself as the future owner and leader of the business, and being demoted to a clearly subordinate position was difficult for his ego. But over time, I've seen some genuine changes. He's become less arrogant about his ideas and more willing to learn from my experience. He started to understand that running a successful business for 25 years requires wisdom that can't be faked or fast-tracked. The networking relationships I developed with other bakery owners have been genuinely valuable. I've learned new techniques, shared my expertise, and built a community of mutual support among local food service entrepreneurs. These relationships also serve as a constant reminder to Ethan that I'm respected in my industry, and that his attempt to push me aside and take over was based on arrogance rather than reality. Morrison's Bakery continues to thrive under my ownership and management. Our regular customers still come for the quality and consistency they've relied on for decades. The business is profitable, and I've actually expanded our wholesale accounts to local restaurants and cafes. Ethan manages daily operations competently, but he does so under my clear direction and oversight. I'm 50 years old, still very much in my prime for running this business. I plan to continue operating the bakery for at least another 15 to 20 years before I even consider retirement. What happens after that, whether Ethan eventually earns back trust and a potential ownership stake, or whether I sell the business to someone else entirely, will depend on whether he truly learns from this experience. Some people think I was too harsh in reducing Ethan's salary and limiting his role. They think a father should forgive his son's mistakes and give him another chance at the generous arrangement he had before. But Ethan didn't make a simple mistake. He committed fraud by forging my signature to steal ownership of my business. He tried to kick me out of decision-making and claimed it was his time to lead, without having earned that right. The consequences I imposed taught him that actions matter, that ownership means something, and that you can't steal your way into leadership. He experiences daily humility working in a subordinate position in the business he tried to steal, earning less money than he did before his betrayal, while watching me successfully manage the bakery he thought I was too old-fashioned to run properly. Sometimes revenge isn't about destruction or permanent estrangement. It's about reclaiming what's yours, establishing appropriate boundaries, and letting betrayal teach its own lessons through natural consequences. Ethan tried to forge documents and steal my business. I voided his forgery, reduced his position, and made sure he experiences daily reminders that he's a manager in my business, not a co-owner or successor. I paid for 12 years of therapy to help Ethan overcome his anxiety and social struggles so he could build a successful life. He repaid me by trying to steal the family business I'd spent 25 years building and maintaining. Now he's learning that manipulation and entitlement have consequences that last far longer than therapy sessions, and that genuine respect and leadership are earned through years of integrity, not stolen through forged documents. The bakery remains firmly under my control, respected in the community, and successful by any measure. Ethan works for me as a manager, earning what that position merits, with his future role depending entirely on whether he can demonstrate the character he should have developed before he ever tried to steal what wasn't his. That seems like exactly the right outcome for someone who tried to kick his father out of the family business. I paid my daughter's medical bills. Then she tried to evict me from my own house. I'm a 56-year-old widow who spent the past 23 years raising my daughter Olivia alone after my husband died in a workplace accident when she was just 7. My husband's life insurance provided a modest settlement that helped us survive those early years. But I've spent the decades since working as a hospital administrator, carefully managing our finances to provide for Olivia while maintaining the suburban home we'd bought together before his death. Olivia was diagnosed with juvenile rheumatoid arthritis when she was 9 years old. The chronic condition required ongoing medical treatment, specialist appointments, medications, physical therapy, and eventually some surgical interventions as she got older. Our insurance covered some costs, but the co-pays, deductibles, and out-of-network specialists added up quickly. Over the years, I calculated that I'd spent approximately $120,000 of my own money on Olivia's medical care beyond what insurance covered. I made sacrifices to afford this care. I postponed vacations and skipped personal indulgences. Most significantly, I dramatically reduced my retirement contributions during Olivia's teenage years, when her medical needs were most expensive and intensive. My retirement accounts show the gap. Years where I contributed minimally or not at all because every available dollar was going to ensure Olivia had the best possible medical care. But I never regretted these sacrifices. Olivia was my daughter, and seeing her manage her condition successfully and live a full life despite her chronic illness made everything worthwhile. I was proud when she graduated college, got a good job in pharmaceutical sales, and built an independent life for herself. However, as Olivia became more independent and successful in her career, I noticed an uncomfortable shift in how she talked about our relationship. She'd make comments like, "I've overcome so much," and "I've built my success despite having so many obstacles." These statements weren't wrong. She had overcome significant health challenges, but the way she said them increasingly seemed to minimize or ignore the support system that had made her success possible. Olivia would occasionally acknowledge my help, but her acknowledgments became almost resentful over time, as if she viewed my support as something that had somehow held her back rather than enabled her. She'd say things like, "You made me feel guilty for being sick," or "I always felt like a burden because of my medical needs." Statements that hurt because I'd never wanted her to feel that way, and had worked so hard to make sure her illness didn't limit her opportunities. About 2 years ago, Olivia got engaged to her boyfriend Jason, and they started planning their wedding and talking about buying a house together. During this period, Olivia started making comments about my house, the 3-bedroom suburban home where I'd raised her, and where I'd lived for 25 years. She'd visit and mention how dated the house looked, suggesting I should consider updating it, or maybe moving to something more modern. When I'd explained that I loved my house and had no interest in moving, Olivia would act frustrated and say things like, "You're being impractical. This place is too much house for one person." Then, Olivia started making more pointed comments about how much money I'd spent on her medical care over the years. She'd bring it up during conversations about wedding expenses or house hunting, saying things like, "Well, you spent all that money on my treatments instead of saving for yourself. So now you're stuck in this old house while I'm trying to build my life." These comments stung because they framed my sacrifices as poor choices rather than acts of love. Olivia seemed to be suggesting that I was somehow responsible for her current financial limitations because I'd wasted money on her health care instead of building wealth she could now access. About 8 months ago, Olivia brought up an idea that shocked me. She suggested that since I'd invested so much in her over the years, it would be fair for me to transfer my house to her and Jason as a wedding gift. She framed it as me finally being repaid for all those medical expenses, saying that having the house would give them financial security to start their marriage. I was stunned. I told Olivia that the house was my home, that I'd lived there for 25 years and intended to continue living there, and that her medical care had been my responsibility as her parent, not some kind of investment requiring repayment. Olivia became upset, saying I was being selfish and ungrateful, that she'd overcome her illness and succeeded despite everything. The conversation ended badly, with Olivia leaving upset and me feeling hurt and confused about how my daughter had come to view our relationship and my sacrifices. I tried to talk with her several more times over the following weeks, but she remained fixated on the idea that I somehow owed her because I'd spent money on her medical care. Then, one afternoon about 5 months ago, I was sorting through my mail when I found an official-looking envelope from a law office I didn't recognize. Inside was a notification that deed transfer paperwork had been filed related to my property. Confused and alarmed, I immediately called the county recorder's office. The clerk explained that documents had been filed attempting to transfer ownership of my house from me to Olivia. The filing claimed I'd agreed to transfer the property as repayment for financial debts owed, and included what appeared to be my signature on transfer documents. The county had flagged the filing as suspicious because the notary information didn't match their records, which had prevented the transfer from being processed, but the attempted filing was definitely in their system. I requested copies of all the documents and immediately called my attorney. When I reviewed the paperwork, I saw that someone had forged my signature on multiple documents, claiming I'd agreed to transfer my house to Olivia as repayment for past financial support provided by Olivia to me. This was completely fabricated. Olivia had never provided me financial support. I'd been the one supporting her throughout her childhood and through her medical expenses. The documents also included a false narrative claiming I'd borrowed money from Olivia that I couldn't repay, so we'd agreed the house transfer would settle these imaginary debts. None of this was true, but Olivia had apparently created an entirely fictional story to justify stealing my house. I called Olivia immediately and asked her to come to my house. When she arrived, I showed her the documents and asked her directly what she'd been trying to do. Her response was stunning in its entitlement and twisted logic. "Mom, you spent over $100,000 on my medical care over the years," Olivia said, her tone suggesting this justified everything. "That money could have been used to pay off this house or to build savings. Instead, you spent it on me. So it's only fair that I get the house now as repayment. You've had your turn living here. Now it's my turn to benefit from what you invested in me." I was speechless. Olivia had convinced herself that my sacrifices to pay for her medical care, expenses that were my responsibility as her parent, and that had enabled her to live a healthy, productive life, somehow entitled her to steal my house as repayment. "Olivia, I'm your mother," I said, my voice shaking. "I paid your medical bills because you needed care and I loved you. That wasn't a loan or an investment requiring repayment. It was parenting. You can't steal my house and call it fair repayment for me being a responsible parent." Olivia became defensive and angry, claiming I was twisting things and that I'd always made her feel guilty for her medical expenses. She said that Jason had helped her see that I'd been financially manipulative by spending all that money on her care instead of saving it, creating a situation where I now had a valuable asset, the house, that she deserved to benefit from. I told Olivia to leave and that I'd be taking legal action to protect my property. She stormed out, saying I was being selfish and ruining her future by not recognizing what was fair. Over the next few days, I worked intensively with my attorney to protect myself from my daughter's schemes. First, we filed paperwork voiding Olivia's fraudulent deed transfer attempt, providing handwriting analysis showing the forged signatures and documentation proving her claims about financial debts were completely fabricated. Second, we created a comprehensive revocable living trust and transferred my house into it, with me as sole trustee and beneficiary. This meant that even if Olivia tried to file more fraudulent documents, the house was now protected in a trust structure she couldn't access or claim against. My attorney also added enhanced security to my property records, flagging any future filing attempts for immediate verification. Third, we addressed my will. I'd previously planned to leave everything to Olivia. My house, worth about $310,000, my modest retirement savings, about $95,000, and my life insurance policy, $100,000. My total estate would have given Olivia approximately $505,000, which I'd hoped would provide her financial security. But after discovering she'd tried to steal my house through forged documents and had convinced herself she was entitled to my property as repayment for me being a responsible parent, I couldn't leave her that inheritance. We drafted a new will, leaving Olivia a token amount of $5,000, with the remainder of my estate directed to healthcare-related charities. Specifically, my estate would fund scholarships for young people with chronic illnesses pursuing healthcare careers, support programs for single parents managing children's medical needs, and research into treatments for rheumatoid arthritis and related conditions. These were causes I genuinely cared about based on my own experiences, and I wanted my legacy to help families facing similar challenges to what Olivia and I had faced, but who would hopefully appreciate support rather than viewing it as creating debt. My attorney ensured the will was legally unassailable. Multiple witnesses, medical evaluations confirming my competency, video recordings of me explaining my reasoning, and detailed documentation of Olivia's fraudulent attempts to steal my property. I also did something that felt necessary given Olivia's distorted thinking about my sacrifices. I compiled a complete accounting of every medical expense I'd paid for Olivia over the years, every copay, every deductible, every out-of-network specialist, every medication, every piece of medical equipment, every therapeutic intervention. The total came to $127,000 over approximately 15 years. My attorney sent Olivia a formal letter that served multiple purposes. First, it notified her that her fraudulent deed transfer attempt had been voided, and that any future attempts would result in criminal prosecution for fraud and forgery. Second, it informed her that my house was now in a trust she could never access. Third, it included the detailed accounting of medical expenses, with a pointed note. The $127,000 spent on your medical care was my responsibility as your parent, not a debt you owe or an investment requiring repayment. However, since you've characterized parental support as creating financial obligations, please consider this documentation of what was actually given versus what was received. The house you attempted to steal is worth $310,000, far more than was ever spent supporting you. The letter essentially used Olivia's own twisted logic against her. If she wanted to view our relationship through the lens of financial debts and repayments, the math clearly showed I'd provided far more than she could ever claim to be owed. Olivia's response went through several phases. Initially, she was furious, calling and leaving angry voicemails about how I was being vindictive and punishing her for being sick as a child. When I didn't respond, she tried a different approach, sending apologetic texts claiming she'd made mistakes, but had meant well, and that we should work this out as family. When that didn't work, Olivia apparently consulted with her own attorney, who presumably told her she had no legal grounds to challenge anything. My will was solid, her fraudulent filing had been voided, the trust protected my property completely, and her own documents proved she'd attempted fraud. Finally, Olivia tried one more approach. She sent a long letter saying that Jason had been the one who convinced her that she deserved the house, and that she'd been influenced by his views about financial fairness. She claimed she'd never really wanted to take my house, just wanted to discuss options for her future security. I didn't respond to any of these approaches. The trust was established, the will was finalized, and my property was protected. Olivia had shown me exactly how she viewed our relationship, as a financial transaction where my parental responsibilities had created debts she could collect on. I couldn't trust someone with that mindset to ever act in my best interests or respect my autonomy. I haven't spoken to Olivia in 4 months now. According to mutual acquaintances, she and Jason did eventually buy a house, though something smaller than they'd hoped for, since they couldn't count on stealing mine. Olivia apparently tells people I'm being unfair and punishing her for being sick, completely missing or deliberately ignoring that the issue wasn't her illness, but her attempt to steal my house. I'm 56 years old, living in the home I've occupied for 25 years, securely protected in a trust my daughter can never access. My will ensures that when I eventually pass, my estate will help families dealing with chronic illness and single parents managing medical expenses. People who'll appreciate support rather than viewing it as creating debt or obligation. I spent $127,000 and sacrificed retirement contributions to ensure Olivia had the best medical care possible, despite her chronic illness. She repaid me by attempting to steal my house and claiming this was fair repayment for me being a responsible parent. Now she'll receive $5,000 from my estate, while $500,000 goes to help families who understand that parental love and support isn't a debt requiring repayment. Sometimes revenge isn't about shouting or dramatic retaliation. It's quietly reclaiming control of your life and property, protecting yourself through legal means, and letting betrayal collapse under its own weight, while your legacy benefits people who'll appreciate it. Olivia tried to evict me from my own house, claiming I owed her for the medical expenses I'd paid as her parent. Instead, she evicted herself from any meaningful inheritance, and taught me that some betrayals are so fundamental they can't be forgiven, only protected against. I paid my son's rent for years. Then he tried to cut me out of the family home. I'm a 55-year-old mother who spent my adult life working as a nurse and building a stable home in the same suburban neighborhood where I've lived for 30 years. After my husband and I divorced when our son Brandon was 15, I worked overtime shifts and extra weekend hours to make sure the mortgage was paid and Brandon had everything he needed. The house became more than just property. It represented my independence, my hard work, and my commitment to providing stability despite the chaos of divorce. Brandon struggled after the divorce. He'd been close to his father, and when his dad moved across the country and started a new family, Brandon felt abandoned and angry. I did everything I could to support him emotionally and financially, hoping he'd find his footing as he matured. Brandon went to community college but dropped out after a year, unsure what he wanted to do with his life. He moved into an apartment with roommates and worked various retail and food service jobs, never quite finding a career path. I understood that young people sometimes need time to figure things out, so I helped him financially when he struggled, covering rent when he was short, helping with car repairs, paying off credit card debt when it became overwhelming. Over the years, I calculated that I'd given Brandon approximately $85,000 in direct financial assistance beyond what I'd already spent on his childhood and the year of college I'd paid for. I covered his rent at least partially for about 6 years, sometimes paying the full amount when he was between jobs. I paid for car repairs, insurance deductibles, medical bills, and various other expenses that he claimed were emergencies. I never asked for repayment. Brandon was my son, and I believed that supporting your children was what good parents did. I assumed he'd eventually become financially independent and would appreciate the sacrifices I'd made to help him through difficult times. When Brandon got married to his girlfriend Ashley about 4 years ago, I was hopeful this would be a turning point. Maybe marriage and partnership would provide the stability and motivation he'd been lacking. I gave them $8,000 as a wedding gift to help them start their life together, and I was genuinely happy for them. But the marriage lasted less than 2 years. Brandon and Ashley divorced, with Brandon claiming she'd been controlling and that the marriage had been a mistake from the beginning. The divorce left Brandon financially devastated. They'd accumulated debt together, and the legal fees and separation costs depleted what little savings he had. Brandon moved back into an apartment, and the requests for financial help started again. He needed help with the security deposit and first month's rent. Then he needed help covering living expenses while he got back on his feet after the divorce. Then he needed help with credit card debt he'd accumulated during the marriage. I continued helping him, though I started to feel increasingly frustrated. Brandon was now 30 years old, had been working for over a decade, and still couldn't seem to manage his finances independently. Every few months, there was a new crisis that required my financial intervention. About a year ago, Brandon started making comments about my house. He'd visit and mention how much it must be worth now. The neighborhood had appreciated significantly, and similar houses were selling for around $400,000. He'd ask questions about my mortgage, which I'd paid off 5 years earlier after decades of disciplined payments, about my plans for eventually passing it down, and about whether I'd considered downsizing. I explained that I loved my house, had no plans to move, and intended to stay there for the foreseeable future. Brandon seemed frustrated by this response, and started suggesting that it was wasteful for me to live alone in a 3-bedroom house when I only needed 1 bedroom. "You could sell this place and move into a nice 1-bedroom condo," Brandon said during one visit. "You'd have all this equity freed up, and you wouldn't have to worry about maintaining such a big property at your age." I was only 54 at the time and perfectly capable of maintaining my house. I told Brandon firmly that I had no interest in selling, and that I'd made this house my home for 3 decades. He dropped the subject, but I could tell he wasn't happy with my response. Then Brandon started suggesting that maybe I should add his name to the house deed, just in case something happens to me. He framed it as being practical and responsible, saying that if I became ill or incapacitated, having him on the deed would make it easier to manage the property or make decisions. When I declined and explained that I had proper legal documents in place for such situations, Brandon became visibly irritated. "I'm your only child," he said, his tone taking on an edge I didn't like. "Eventually this house will be mine anyway. We might as well make it official now so there are no legal complications later." I reminded Brandon that while I hoped to leave him my estate eventually, that was my decision to make, and wasn't something he should assume or demand. His sense of entitlement to property I still owned and lived in was deeply troubling. About 6 months ago, I received a notification from the county recorder's office about attempted filings related to my property. I called immediately to find out what this meant, and the clerk explained that someone had attempted to file documents claiming a partial ownership interest in my house. The filing had been flagged as suspicious because it appeared to add a co-owner without proper documentation of a legitimate transaction. The clerk gave me the case number, and I requested copies of all the documents. What I received made my blood run cold. Brandon had filed paperwork claiming he had a partial ownership interest in my house based on financial contributions to household maintenance and sweat equity from helping with home repairs and improvements. This was completely fabricated. Brandon had never made financial contributions to my household. I'd been the one supporting him financially for years. And while he'd occasionally helped with minor tasks like mowing the lawn when he visited, he'd certainly never done substantial repairs or improvements that could justify an ownership claim. The documents also included forged signatures that were supposed to be mine, agreeing to add Brandon as a co-owner. The signatures weren't even close to my actual signature. Whoever had forged them had done a poor job. I contacted my attorney immediately and showed her everything. She confirmed that the filings were fraudulent and that we could have them voided, but she also warned that Brandon's attempt showed clear intent to steal my property. She advised taking immediate protective action. I confronted Brandon that evening, showing him the documents he'd filed and asking him directly what he was trying to do. His face flushed red, and initially he tried to deny any knowledge of the paperwork. When I pointed out that his name was all over the filings, he changed tactics. "Mom, I'm just trying to protect our family assets, Brandon said, his voice taking on a defensive tone. You're getting older, and I wanted to make sure the house was properly secured for both of us. You're overreacting about some legal paperwork that was meant to help you. I asked Brandon why he needed to protect family assets by forging my signature and claiming he'd made financial contributions to my house, when the truth was, I'd been paying his rent for years. His response shocked me. After everything I've done for you, I deserve some ownership of this house, Brandon said, his entitlement fully on display. I've helped you around here. I've been there for you emotionally. I've been a good son. It's only fair that I have some claim to this property. You should be grateful I'm willing to help manage it instead of letting you struggle with it alone. I was stunned by the delusion. He'd done nothing for me except drain my savings for over a decade, and now he was claiming he deserved ownership of my house as compensation for being a good son. I told Brandon to leave and that I'd be taking legal action to protect my property. He stormed out, and I immediately began implementing my attorney's recommendations. First, I worked with my attorney to have Brandon's fraudulent filings voided with the county recorder's office. We provided handwriting analysis proving the signatures were forged, and we documented that Brandon had made no legitimate financial contributions to the property that could justify an ownership claim. The county agreed the filings were fraudulent and removed them from the record. Second, we created a comprehensive, revocable living trust and transferred my house into it, with me as the sole trustee and beneficiary. This meant that even if Brandon tried to file more fraudulent paperwork or make false claims, the house was protected within a trust structure he could never access. The trust documents included specific provisions preventing Brandon from ever having any claim to the property. Third, we secured my property records with enhanced protection, flagging my account so that any attempted filings would trigger immediate verification and notification to my attorney. This would prevent Brandon from attempting similar fraud in the future. But I wasn't finished. Brandon had spent years treating my financial support as an entitlement, and now he'd tried to steal my house by forging documents and making false claims. I decided it was time for him to face the full consequences of his actions and his years of financial dependency. I had kept detailed records of every payment I'd made to support Brandon over the years: rent payments, utility bills, car repairs, insurance, credit card payments, medical bills, wedding gift, and countless other expenses. The total came to approximately $85,000 over about 12 years. I'd never previously characterized these payments as loans because they'd been given as parental support with no expectation of repayment. But Brandon's attempt to steal my house changed my perspective. If he felt entitled to claim ownership of my property based on fabricated contributions, I felt entitled to reclaim actual money I'd given him based on real payments. My attorney sent Brandon a formal letter demanding repayment of all financial support I'd provided, now characterized as loans that were due upon demand. The letter included a detailed accounting of every payment, with dates, amounts, and descriptions. The letter explained that Brandon's fraudulent attempt to claim ownership of my house constituted a material breach of our parent-child relationship that triggered the repayment obligation. Brandon could either agree to a repayment plan, $500 per month until the full $85,000 was repaid, or face a lawsuit for recovery of the funds plus interest and legal fees. The letter also noted that his attempted fraud could potentially be reported to law enforcement for criminal prosecution, though I was willing to refrain from criminal charges if he cooperated with the civil repayment. Brandon was furious when he received the letter. He called me screaming that I couldn't demand repayment for gifts I'd given him, that it was illegal to retroactively call gifts loans, and that he was going to sue me for harassment. His attorney, when he consulted one, gave him very different advice. While courts typically don't enforce repayment of gifts, Brandon's fraudulent attempt to steal my property changed the analysis. My attorney had documented that Brandon's fraud demonstrated he'd been positioning himself all along to take my assets. which suggested the financial support had been obtained through an ongoing pattern of manipulation, rather than given freely. Moreover, Brandon's own fraudulent filings claiming he'd made financial contributions to my household actually helped my case. He'd officially claimed a financial relationship existed where contributions mattered, which undermined his argument that my payments had been pure gifts, with no expectation of reciprocity. Faced with the possibility of a lawsuit he'd likely lose, plus potential criminal charges for the forged documents, Brandon reluctantly agreed to the repayment plan. He signed a legally binding agreement acknowledging he owed me $85,000 and would pay $500 per month until the debt was satisfied. The $500 monthly payment is substantial for Brandon, given his financial situation, and it's forced him to finally develop genuine financial discipline. He's had to cut expenses, work consistent hours, and manage his money carefully to make the payments. For the first time in his adult life, he's experiencing real financial accountability. I also completely rewrote my will. The previous version had left everything to Brandon: my house, my savings, my retirement accounts. The new version leaves him nothing except the obligation to continue the repayment plan. My estate will go to nursing scholarships and programs that support single mothers, causes that reflect my own life experience and values. Brandon and I barely speak now. He sends the monthly payments, usually late, and often with hostile or passive-aggressive notes. According to mutual friends, he's bitter and tells people I'm greedy and cruel for demanding repayment of money I'd given him. But those same friends know the real story: that I supported Brandon financially for over a decade, giving him $85,000 while he failed to become independent, and that he repaid me by forging documents and attempting to steal my house. I'm 55 years old, living in the house I've called home for 30 years, securely protected in a trust that Brandon can never touch. Every month, I receive $500 from the son who tried to steal my property, slowly reclaiming the money I'd given him when I thought he appreciated my sacrifice. My will ensures that when I eventually pass, my assets will help people who genuinely need support, rather than rewarding someone who proved himself unworthy. Sometimes the most effective revenge isn't drama or confrontation. It's quietly reclaiming your life and assets, establishing firm legal boundaries, and letting betrayal teach its own lesson through real financial consequences. Brandon expected free access to both my money and my property. Instead, he's paying me back every month while watching the inheritance he assumed was his go to strangers who'll appreciate it more than he ever did. I raised my son alone. Then he tried to sell my house without telling me. I'm a 51-year-old single father who's spent the past 23 years raising my son Tyler alone after a messy divorce from his mother. She left when Tyler was 3, deciding that family life wasn't what she wanted, and eventually moved to another state with minimal contact. So it was just Tyler and me in our suburban house, building a life from what felt like wreckage. I worked as a project manager for a construction firm, and the job often required long hours and weekend work, but I made it work because Tyler needed stability, consistency, and a home he could count on. The house we lived in, a 3-bedroom ranch in a safe neighborhood with good schools, became the center of our world. I'd bought it shortly before the divorce was finalized, using money from selling the home my ex-wife and I had shared. This house was mine, purchased entirely in my name, and represented my commitment to giving Tyler a stable childhood. I did everything I could to support Tyler as he grew up. I attended every parent-teacher conference, coached his little league team, helped with homework, and made sure he had opportunities to explore his interests. When Tyler decided he wanted to go to college out of state for business management, I supported him financially, even though it stretched my budget to the breaking point. I paid for his tuition, room and board, and expenses, about $110,000 over 4 years. After graduation, Tyler wanted to start his own business, a digital marketing agency. He asked for my help with startup capital, and despite having already depleted significant savings on his education, I gave him $25,000 to help him launch. I also bought him a reliable used car so he could meet with clients professionally. Over the years, I'd invested approximately $140,000 in Tyler's education and business, plus countless hours of unpaid labor, helping him set up his office and working as an informal advisor. Tyler's business eventually became modestly successful, though not as dramatically as he'd hoped. He made a decent living, but was constantly frustrated that he wasn't getting wealthy quickly. And as his business stabilized, his attitude toward me started changing in ways I found troubling. He began making comments about how I was holding him back by not being more financially supportive. He'd suggest that I should take out a second mortgage on my house to give him additional business capital. When I'd politely decline, he'd act offended and say I didn't believe in him. He started questioning my financial decisions, criticizing my modest lifestyle, suggesting I was wasting money on things like my small boat or my workshop equipment. Then Tyler started pressuring me about retirement. I was only 50 at the time, still healthy and actively working, with no plans to retire for at least another 10 years. But Tyler kept bringing up how I should think about downsizing and moving into a smaller place. He'd say things like, "You don't need all this space anymore," or "You could sell this house and live somewhere cheaper, then help me expand the business with the proceeds." I'd explain that I loved my house, had no interest in moving, and planned to continue living there for the foreseeable future. Tyler would act like I was being unreasonable and selfish, suggesting I cared more about an old house than about his success and future. The pressure intensified over several months. Tyler would visit and walk through the house making comments about its value, saying things like, "This place has to be worth at least $350,000 now," or "You're sitting on a gold mine you're not using." He'd bring up articles about seniors downsizing and suggest I was being impractical by holding on to so much space. I started to feel uncomfortable during his visits, like he was appraising the house rather than visiting his father. But I told myself I was being paranoid, that Tyler was just concerned about my future and expressing it clumsily. Then, one afternoon, I came home from work to find a message on my answering machine from a real estate attorney I'd never heard of. The message said he was calling to confirm our appointment to discuss the property sale process and asking me to bring specific documents to his office. I was completely confused. I hadn't contacted any real estate attorney and certainly wasn't selling my house. I called the attorney's office immediately and explained that I hadn't made any appointment. The receptionist seemed confused and put me through to the attorney himself. He said he'd been contacted by my son Tyler, who claimed he was helping me sell my property because I was getting older and needed assistance managing the transaction. Tyler had apparently told this attorney that I'd authorized him to handle the details and had scheduled this appointment on my behalf. I told the attorney very clearly that I'd authorized no such thing, wasn't selling my house, and wanted documentation of exactly what Tyler had requested. The attorney, now concerned that he'd been given false information, sent me copies of his correspondence with Tyler. The emails showed that Tyler had initiated contact, claiming he had financial interest in the property because of past contributions, and was helping me prepare for a sale. He'd asked the attorney about the process for selling property when the owner was elderly and possibly not fully competent to handle complex transactions. He'd inquired about whether family members could override an owner's hesitation to sell if it was deemed to be in the owner's best interest. I felt sick reading these emails. My son had been trying to find legal grounds to sell my house without my consent, claiming I was possibly incompetent and that he had some ownership claim because he'd contributed to the household, though I couldn't imagine what contributions he thought he'd made, since I'd paid for everything throughout his entire life. I contacted my own attorney immediately and explained everything that had happened. We reviewed all my property documents to confirm that the house was solely in my name, with no co-owners or claims against it. My attorney then sent a formal cease and desist letter to Tyler, warning him that any further attempts to interfere with my property or make false claims about my mental competency would result in legal action. When Tyler received that letter, he called me furious. "I was just trying to help you," he shouted. "You're being stubborn and stupid about that house, and I was exploring options for your own good." I asked Tyler directly, "Did you tell a real estate attorney that I might not be competent to make my own decisions? Did you claim you had financial interest in my house? Did you try to find ways to sell my property without my consent?" Tyler was silent for a moment, then tried to backtrack. "I was just asking questions, getting information. You're overreacting." I told Tyler we needed some distance from each other, and that he needed to respect that this was my house and my decision about when or if to sell it. He hung up on me. Over the next few days, I worked with my attorney to take protective measures. First, we transferred the house into a revocable living trust, with me as the sole trustee and beneficiary. This meant that even if someone tried to make claims or file fraudulent paperwork, the house was protected within a trust structure that Tyler couldn't touch. Second, I closed all joint accounts I had with Tyler. Years earlier, I'd added him as an authorized user on one credit card for emergencies, and had made him a joint holder on a small checking account. All of that was closed, and new accounts were opened in my name only. Third, and most significantly, I reviewed Tyler's business structure with my attorney. Tyler's digital marketing agency was structured as an LLC, and I'd signed some initial paperwork years ago as a business advisor without really understanding the implications. My attorney discovered that because I'd provided the startup capital and had signed certain formation documents, I could potentially claim that some of Tyler's business equipment and assets had been purchased with my funds and were technically subject to repayment terms we'd never formalized. We filed paperwork establishing liens against Tyler's business for the $25,000 in startup capital I'd provided, plus interest, plus the value of various items I'd paid for, but that were being used in his business. The liens were structured so they'd appear on any credit checks or business filings, making it difficult for Tyler to secure additional business loans or lines of credit until the liens were satisfied. The impact on Tyler's business was immediate and significant. He'd been in the process of applying for a business expansion loan, and the sudden appearance of substantial liens against his company made him ineligible. Potential clients doing due diligence on his company would see the liens and question his financial stability. His business didn't become unprofitable, but it definitely hit a major legal and financial snag that prevented the growth he'd been planning. Tyler called me repeatedly, alternating between anger and pleading. He demanded I remove the liens, claiming I was sabotaging his business out of spite. I reminded him calmly that he'd attempted to sell my house without my consent, had questioned my mental competency to a real estate attorney, and had shown absolutely no respect for my property rights or autonomy. "You wanted to treat my house as an asset you could liquidate for your benefit," I said. "I'm treating the money I invested in your business the same way. As an asset, I'm entitled to protect and potentially recover. You'll find it's not pleasant when someone tries to take control of your property without your permission." Tyler tried arguing that the liens were unfair, that I'd given him that money as a gift, not a loan. I pointed out that he'd tried to sell my house by claiming he had financial interest due to contributions he'd never actually made. If he could invent fictional claims to justify taking my property, I could formalize actual contributions I'd made to establish legitimate claims on his. The situation remained tense for several months. Tyler's business struggled under the weight of the liens, unable to expand or secure the financing he'd been pursuing. He eventually came to me with a different attitude, less demanding, more humble, and asked what it would take for me to remove the liens. I told him we needed to have an honest conversation about boundaries and respect. I explained that I'd spent 23 years raising him alone, had invested over $140,000 in his education and business, and had given him every opportunity to succeed. In return, He'd tried to sell my house without my permission, and had questioned my mental competency to justify taking my property. I will remove the liens when I'm confident you understand that my house is mine, that I'm fully competent to make my own decisions, and that you'll never again attempt to interfere with my property or my life, I said. Tyler and I reached an agreement. He signed legal documents acknowledging my complete ownership of the house and renouncing any claim to it, real or imagined. He agreed to pay back the $25,000 in startup capital over time through reasonable monthly payments. He apologized, though I suspect the apology was motivated more by wanting the liens removed than by genuine remorse. I did eventually remove the liens after Tyler made several months of consistent payments and demonstrated through his actions that he'd learned his lesson. His business recovered slowly, though the damage to his credit and reputation took time to repair. Now, a year later, Tyler and I have a cautious relationship. We talk occasionally, and he visits for holidays, but the easy trust we once had is gone. I'm 51, still living in the house I've called home for 20 years, still working at my job, and still making my own decisions about my life and property. The house is securely in my trust, my finances are protected, and I've made it clear through legal documentation and through our personal interactions that I won't tolerate any further attempts to interfere with my independence. Tyler learned that attempting to take someone's property has consequences that go beyond just failing in the immediate attempt. He damaged our relationship, damaged his own business through the liens I imposed, and learned that the father he thought he could manipulate was actually quite capable of protecting himself. Some people think I was too harsh in placing liens on Tyler's business. They think a father should just forgive his son's mistakes and move on. But Tyler didn't make a simple mistake. He systematically tried to find legal grounds to sell my house without my consent, claimed I might be incompetent, and showed absolutely no respect for my autonomy or property rights. The liens taught him the same lesson he'd tried to teach me, that having your assets and business threatened by someone you trust is frightening and enraging. He experienced what I experienced when I learned he'd been contacting attorneys about selling my house, except his consequences were proportionate to his actual actions rather than his intentions. Sometimes the most satisfying revenge isn't dramatic confrontation or permanent estrangement. It's quietly and methodically reclaiming what's yours, establishing firm boundaries, and letting someone experience the consequences of their own betrayal in ways that teach them lasting lessons without completely destroying the relationship. Tyler tried to sell my house without telling me. I protected my house and simultaneously taught him that the business he'd built with my money could be just as vulnerable as he'd tried to make my home. He lost the expansion opportunity he'd been planning, learned that actions have consequences, and discovered that his father was far more capable than he'd assumed. I still live in my house. Tyler still runs his business, but with newfound respect for boundaries and property rights. Our relationship survived, but it's fundamentally different now, built on cautious mutual respect rather than the trust he violated. And honestly, that seems like exactly the right outcome for someone who tried to take away the home his father had worked 20 years to provide and maintain. I sacrificed my retirement savings for my daughter, then she tried to cut me off. I'm a 57-year-old mother who recently retired after 35 years of teaching high school English. I'd planned for this retirement carefully over decades, saving consistently, living modestly, and building a secure financial foundation so I could enjoy my later years without financial stress. I live in a cozy 2-bedroom apartment in a city I love, surrounded by books, photos, and mementos from a life dedicated to education and raising my daughter, Natalie. I've been divorced from Natalie's father since she was 8 years old. He was emotionally distant and financially irresponsible, and the marriage became unsustainable. After the divorce, he moved to another state, provided minimal child support, and eventually lost touch with Natalie entirely. So it was just the two of us for most of her childhood, building a life together, creating traditions, and supporting each other through challenges. I worked hard to give Natalie opportunities I'd never had. I paid for her college education completely, about $95,000 over 4 years at a good state university. After graduation, when Natalie wanted to start her own graphic design business, I helped her with startup capital, giving her $30,000 to purchase equipment, software, and cover initial operating expenses. When Natalie got engaged to her boyfriend Marcus, they wanted to buy a home together, but were struggling to save for a down payment. I gave them an additional $40,000 to help make that dream possible. I'd essentially depleted my retirement savings, which had been approximately $185,000, giving Natalie $165,000 over the span of about 6 years to fund her education, business, and home purchase. I made these sacrifices willingly because Natalie was my daughter, and I wanted to set her up for success. I kept only about $20,000 for myself, plus my teacher's pension and Social Security. Figure I could live modestly and rebuild my savings slowly during retirement. Natalie's business became moderately successful, and she and Marcus settled into their home. I was proud of what she'd accomplished, and believed my financial support had been a worthwhile investment in her future. Our relationship seemed close. We talked regularly. She visited my apartment often, and we maintained family traditions. But about a year ago, I started noticing changes in Natalie's attitude toward me. She began making critical comments about my lifestyle choices, questioning why I maintained a 2-bedroom apartment when I lived alone, suggesting I was wasting money on books and small luxuries, commenting that I should be more aggressive about investing what little savings I had left. When I'd explained that I enjoyed my apartment and my modest lifestyle, Natalie would become frustrated and say I wasn't being financially smart. She'd suggest I should downsize to a studio apartment to save money, or that I should move closer to her and Marcus so they could keep an eye on my finances. I found these comments increasingly intrusive and patronizing. I was only 56 at the time, perfectly mentally competent, and quite capable of managing my own financial affairs. The fact that my adult daughter, whose entire financial foundation I'd funded, was questioning my competency and suggesting I needed oversight was both insulting and concerning. Then Natalie started asking detailed questions about my assets. She wanted to know exactly what I had in savings, what my pension paid monthly, what my Social Security benefits would be, and most insistently, what my plans were for my apartment. I explained that I rented my apartment, I didn't own it, so there were no ownership issues to discuss. But Natalie seemed fixated on the idea that I must have assets I wasn't disclosing. She'd make comments like, "You must have more saved than you're telling me," or "Teachers' pensions are better than you're letting on." The truth was much simpler and sadder. I'd given her the vast majority of my savings, and I was now living on a modest pension and Social Security with very little financial cushion. I'd sacrificed my own financial security to help her, and she was responding by questioning whether I was hiding money from her. About 6 months ago, I received a strange phone call from my bank. A representative asked me to verify whether I'd recently requested to add a new authorized user to my accounts and change my beneficiary designations. I said I hadn't made any such requests and asked what was happening. The bank representative explained that they'd received paperwork apparently signed by me requesting to add Natalie Carson, my daughter's married name, as a joint account holder on my checking and savings accounts, and to change all beneficiary designations from various charities I'd designated to Natalie as sole beneficiary. The bank had flagged these requests as suspicious because the signatures didn't quite match their records, and they were calling to verify before processing. I immediately told them the requests were fraudulent, that I hadn't signed anything, and that I wanted all my accounts frozen pending an investigation. I drove to the bank immediately and reviewed the documents someone had tried to file. The signatures were attempts to forge my handwriting, and the requests would have given Natalie complete access to my accounts and made her the sole beneficiary of everything I had. I also received a call from my landlord that same week. He said he'd received an inquiry from someone claiming to be my daughter, asking about the possibility of transferring my lease into her name, and whether there were any legal mechanisms for family members to assume rental agreements from elderly tenants who might not be competent to manage their own housing. My hands were shaking as I realized what was happening. Natalie was systematically trying to take control of my finances and my housing, apparently positioning herself to manage my life as if I were incompetent or incapacitated. She was trying to cut me off from my own resources and autonomy. I called Natalie and asked her to meet me at a coffee shop. When she arrived, I confronted her directly about the bank documents and the inquiry to my landlord. Her face flushed, and she initially tried to deny everything. But when I showed her copies of the documents with her contact information all over them, she changed tactics. "Mom, you're 57 years old and you have almost no savings," Natalie said, her tone condescending. "I was just trying to help you by getting some control over your accounts so I could manage them properly. You've made terrible financial decisions. Giving away all your retirement money to me was sweet but stupid. And now you're living paycheck to paycheck. You need help managing your money, and I was just trying to provide that help." I stared at my daughter in disbelief. She'd just admitted that she thought giving her $165,000 was stupid, and that she was now trying to take control of what little I had left to manage it properly. "Natalie, I gave you $165,000 over the past 6 years," I said quietly. "I paid for your entire college education. I funded your business. I gave you money for your house down payment. I sacrificed my retirement security to help you build your life. And you're repaying me by trying to forge documents and steal control of my remaining assets." Natalie's response shocked me. "You've had your turn, Mom. You raised me. You had your career. You lived your life. Now it's my turn to be in control and make decisions. You should be grateful I'm willing to help manage what's left of your finances instead of just letting you waste it all." I told Natalie to leave and that I needed time to think about what she'd done. She seemed unconcerned, probably thinking I'd eventually forgive her because she was my daughter and because I had a history of sacrificing for her benefit. But I'd learned something crucial about who Natalie really was. She saw me as a resource to be managed and eventually depleted, not as a mother deserving respect and autonomy. She'd committed fraud by forging documents, and she felt entitled rather than ashamed. I contacted an attorney immediately and explained everything that had happened. My attorney was appalled and advised aggressive action to protect myself. Nicole became defensive and angry, saying I was overreacting and that she'd only been trying to help by making sure things were properly organized. When I pointed out that stealing isn't helping, she actually said, "You gave me all that money for my business and my house. You obviously don't need much to live on. It only makes sense that I should start managing these assets now instead of waiting until you're too old to make good decisions." I told Nicole to leave my apartment immediately. After she was gone, I called my attorney and explained everything that had happened. My attorney was appalled and immediately began helping me take protective measures. First, we secured all my financial accounts with enhanced security, new passwords, and two-factor authentication. We also changed all beneficiaries back to my preferred designations and added alerts so any attempted changes would trigger immediate notification to both me and my attorney. Second, we filed paperwork to void Nicole's fraudulent deed transfer attempt and to block any future attempts. We provided handwriting analysis proving the signature was forged, and documentation showing Nicole had made no legitimate financial contributions to my property. My attorney also established a revocable living trust and transferred my apartment into it, with me as sole trustee and beneficiary, creating a structure Nicole could never fraudulently access. Third, we completely rewrote my will. The previous version had left everything to Nicole: my apartment, my savings, my life insurance proceeds, everything. I'd planned to leave her approximately $400,000 in total assets, believing she'd appreciate and honor my memory. The new will left Nicole a token amount, $5,000, with everything else directed to causes she'd claimed to care about, but in ways she couldn't control or benefit from personally. Nicole had always said she supported environmental conservation and education access for underprivileged children. So my estate would fund scholarships for low-income students pursuing teaching degrees and would support environmental education programs, causes I genuinely cared about, but which Nicole had only used as talking points for her business's corporate social responsibility marketing. The irony was perfect. Nicole would watch her inheritance fund causes she'd claimed to support but never actually contributed to, while she received almost nothing personally. My attorney ensured the will was legally ironclad, with medical evaluations confirming my competency, multiple witnesses, and video recordings of me explaining my clear, rational reasoning. But I had one more step. I'd given Nicole $80,000 over the years, $45,000 for her business and $35,000 for her house down payment. I'd characterized these as gifts at the time, but Nicole's attempted fraud changed my perspective. If she felt entitled to steal my apartment and my bank accounts, I felt entitled to reclaim money I'd given her. My attorney sent Nicole a formal demand letter requesting repayment of the $80,000, now characterized as loans that were immediately due, given her material breach of trust. The letter offered two options: agree to a repayment plan of $800 per month for approximately 10 years, or face a lawsuit for recovery plus interest and legal fees. The letter also noted that her fraudulent documents could potentially trigger criminal prosecution, though I was willing to refrain from criminal charges if she cooperated. Nicole was furious and insisted she couldn't afford $800 per month. My attorney responded that Nicole owned a condo and ran a business, both funded by my money, so she clearly had assets and income she could leverage. After consulting with her own attorney, who told her she'd likely lose any lawsuit given her documented fraud, Nicole reluctantly agreed to the repayment plan. I haven't spoken to Nicole in over 3 months now. She sends the monthly payments, usually late and sometimes with hostile notes. According to mutual friends, she tells people I'm vindictive and cruel for demanding repayment of gifts I'd given her years ago. But those same friends know the truth, that I gave Nicole $80,000 of my retirement savings to help her build her business and buy her home, and that she repaid me by attempting to steal my apartment and my bank accounts. They know I sacrificed my own financial security to help her, and she treated that sacrifice as proof I didn't need much to live on. I'm 57 years old, living in the apartment I've called home for 30 years, now securely protected in a trust Nicole can never access. My finances are secure with enhanced protections. My will ensures that when I eventually pass, my assets will fund scholarships and education programs, rather than rewarding the daughter who tried to steal from me. Every month, I receive $800 from Nicole, slowly reclaiming the retirement savings I'd given her. The payments will continue for years, a monthly reminder to her that attempted theft has consequences. She wanted to cut me off from my own assets while I was still alive. Instead, she's cut herself off from any inheritance while funding her own monthly payments back to me. Sometimes, revenge isn't about anger or confrontation. It's quietly protecting yourself, establishing firm legal boundaries, and letting betrayal teach its own lesson through real consequences. Nicole tried to steal my home and my accounts, claiming I'd had my turn, and she deserved to benefit from family assets. Instead, she's learned that those assets were mine alone, that attempted theft costs you everything, and that the mother she tried to cut off is far more capable of protecting herself than she ever imagined. I live peacefully now, financially secure and independent, no longer burdened by a relationship with someone who saw me as an asset to liquidate, rather than as a mother who'd sacrificed everything for her. That seems like exactly the right outcome for someone who tried to steal the home and savings of the woman who'd funded her entire life. I supported my son through his career. Then he tried to fire me from the family business. I'm a 52-year-old father who spent the past 30 years building a successful carpentry business from nothing. After my wife left when our son Derek was just 4 years old, it was just the two of us against the world. I raised Derek alone while running Mitchell & Son Carpentry, a business I'd started in my 20s that had grown from a one-man operation into a respected company with 8 employees and a reputation for quality custom work throughout our region. Derek grew up in the workshop, watching me work from the time he could walk. As he got older, I taught him the trade: how to measure precisely, how to read wood grain, how to join pieces so they'd last generations. But I also taught him the business side: estimating jobs, managing clients, handling finances, marketing our services. I wanted Derek to have options in life, so I encouraged him to go to college, but he chose to pursue carpentry full-time, which made me proud. When Derek was 22 and had been working with me for 4 years, I officially made him a co-owner of the business. We restructured as a partnership, with me holding 60% ownership and Derek holding 40%. It was generous given his age and experience level, but I wanted him to feel invested in the business and to have a real stake in building our future together. Over the next several years, Derek developed into a skilled craftsman and capable manager. He handled client relationships well, contributed good ideas for expanding our services, and worked hard on our projects. I was proud of the man he'd become and the professional he was developing into. I imagined us working together for decades, eventually transitioning the business fully to him when I was ready to retire in 15 or 20 years. But about 2 years ago, Derek started showing signs of impatience and entitlement. He'd make comments about how the business needed fresh leadership and modern approaches. He criticized decisions I made, often in front of employees, claiming I was too old-fashioned or risk-averse. When I'd explain my reasoning, usually based on 30 years of experience in the industry, Derek would act dismissive and frustrated. Derek started pushing for changes I didn't agree with, expanding too quickly without sufficient capital reserves, taking on risky commercial projects beyond our expertise, spending heavily on marketing before we had the capacity to handle increased demand. When I'd counsel caution and explain why we needed to grow sustainably, Derek would accuse me of holding the business back and being afraid of success. Our relationship became increasingly tense. Derek stopped asking for my input on decisions and started presenting me with completed plans, acting annoyed when I'd want to discuss them. He'd schedule meetings with suppliers or clients without including me, then tell me about decisions afterward, rather than collaborating on them. I tried to address this directly several times, sitting Derek down to talk about partnership, respect, and shared decision-making. But Derek would become defensive, saying I was being controlling and needed to trust him more and let go of running everything. I pointed out that as majority owner and the person who'd built the business over 30 years, I had both the right and the responsibility to be involved in major decisions. Derek would just shake his head like I didn't understand how modern businesses worked. Then, one morning about 6 months ago, I arrived at our workshop office to find an official-looking document on my desk. It was a filing with the State Business Registry, attempting to restructure the company's ownership. According to the paperwork, Derek was trying to remove me as a co-owner entirely and replace my ownership stake with a new business manager he'd apparently recruited without my knowledge. The document claimed that I'd agreed to retire from active ownership and that Derek would assume full control of the company, with this new manager becoming a minority partner. There was a signature on the document that was supposed to be mine, consenting to these changes, but I'd never signed any such document. I immediately called Derek and demanded he come to the office. When he arrived, I showed him the filing and asked him directly what he thought he was doing. His response was stunning in its arrogance. "Dad, you've had your chance to run this business," Derek said, not even attempting to deny what he'd done. "You built something good. but you're holding us back now. It's my turn to run things my way. You can stay on as a consultant if you want, but I need full control to take this company where it needs to go." I asked Derek if he understood that he'd just attempted to steal my business by filing fraudulent documents with forged signatures. His response showed how entitled he'd become. "I'm not stealing anything," Derek said, his tone defensive and dismissive. "You gave me 40% ownership years ago, which shows you wanted me to eventually take over. I'm just accelerating the timeline because you're too stubborn to step aside voluntarily. This business needs young leadership with fresh vision, not someone stuck in the past." I told Derek to leave the office while I consulted with my attorney. He acted like I was overreacting, saying we could work this out if I'd just be reasonable about transitioning leadership. But there was nothing reasonable about attempting to steal my business through forged documents and fraudulent filings. I spent that afternoon with my attorney reviewing all our business documents, the original partnership agreement, the operating rules, the ownership structure, everything. What Derek apparently hadn't bothered to research before attempting his coup was that our partnership agreement included specific protections I'd insisted on when we restructured the business. The agreement stipulated that any ownership changes required unanimous consent of all partners and had to be properly documented with witnesses and notarization. It also included a clause stating that any attempted unauthorized transfer of ownership would result in immediate forfeiture of the offending partner's shares. Derek's fraudulent filing attempting to remove me as owner technically triggered this forfeiture clause. My attorney also discovered that the business manager Derek had supposedly recruited was actually Derek's girlfriend Amanda, who had no experience in carpentry or construction management. Derek had apparently promised her a 25% ownership stake in the business, carved out of what he assumed would be his soon-to-be 100% ownership after forcing me out. I had several options. I could invoke the forfeiture clause and take Derek's entire 40% ownership, leaving him with nothing. I could press criminal charges for the forged documents and fraudulent filing, or I could take a more measured approach that would teach Derek a lesson while keeping the business functional. I decided on a strategic response that would protect my interests while demonstrating to Derek exactly how much he'd underestimated his father. First, my attorney filed paperwork with the state voiding Derek's fraudulent filing and confirming my 60% ownership remained intact and unchallenged. We provided the forged signature analysis and documentation showing I'd never consented to any ownership changes. Second, we invoked certain management provisions in our partnership agreement that gave the majority owner, me, unilateral decision-making authority in situations where partnership trust had been violated. This meant I could now make major business decisions without requiring Derek's input or consent, something that hadn't been the case under our normal operating agreement. Third, I restructured Derek's compensation. He'd been receiving a generous salary of $75,000 plus profit distributions based on his 40% ownership. I reduced his salary to $45,000, still reasonable for his role, but significantly less, and I suspended all profit distributions to him, pending resolution of the trust violation. The partnership agreement allowed this because Derek's fraudulent filing constituted a material breach. Fourth, I redirected the business's profits toward expansion projects I'd been considering, but Derek had opposed. I contracted to purchase a larger workshop space in a better location. I invested in new equipment and tools. I hired 2 additional skilled carpenters. All of these expansions were funded by profits that would have otherwise been distributed to Derek, and all were decisions I made unilaterally, using my newfound management authority. Derek was furious when he realized what had happened. He'd expected to take full control of the business, give his girlfriend an ownership stake, and push me aside. Instead, he'd triggered provisions that gave me complete control, reduced his compensation, eliminated his profit distributions, and left him powerless while watching me expand the business without his input. Derek tried several approaches to undo the situation. He apologized, claiming he'd made mistakes, but had meant well. and just wanted the business to succeed. When that didn't work, he threatened to quit, apparently thinking the business couldn't function without him. When I calmly explained that I'd been running successful carpentry operations since before he was born, and that I'd already hired additional skilled workers, he realized that threat was empty. Derek then tried to get our employees to side with him, apparently hoping they'd pressure me to restore his authority. But our employees had witnessed Derek's increasing arrogance and disrespect toward me over the past 2 years, and they respected the man who'd built the business and provided their livelihoods for years. They continued reporting to me and following my leadership. Derek's girlfriend Amanda stopped coming around the business once she realized there was no ownership stake for her and that Derek had no authority to promise her anything. According to what I heard later, their relationship ended when Amanda realized Derek had essentially lied to her about his control over the company. The business actually thrived under my renewed full control. The expansion to a larger workshop allowed us to take on bigger projects. The new equipment improved our efficiency and capabilities. The additional carpenters meant we could handle more jobs simultaneously. Within 6 months, our revenue had increased by 30%, and our profit margins had improved significantly. Derek continued working at the business, but now in a clearly subordinate role. He was a skilled carpenter, and I valued his craftsmanship, but he had no management authority and no input on strategic decisions. He worked on the projects I assigned him, followed the processes I established, and received his reduced salary with no profit distributions. Some people in our industry thought I was too harsh with Derek. They'd see him working as just another employee in a business he'd once been partner in, and they'd suggest I was being vindictive or overly controlling. But people who knew the full story, that Derek had attempted to steal the business through forged documents and fraudulent filings, understood that my response had actually been restrained. I could have invoked the forfeiture clause and taken his entire 40% ownership. I could have fired him outright. I could have pressed criminal charges for the fraud. Instead, I'd given him the opportunity to continue working in the family business, earning a reasonable salary, while learning that attempted betrayal has real and lasting consequences. After about a year of this arrangement, Derek approached me requesting a meeting. He'd clearly been humbled by the experience and wanted to discuss his future with the business. He apologized more genuinely than before, acknowledging that he'd been arrogant and entitled, that he'd disrespected my experience and leadership, and that he'd violated my trust in the worst possible way. I told Derek I appreciated the apology, but that rebuilding trust would take years, not months. I explained that his 40% ownership stake remained intact but inactive. He retained the ownership percentage on paper, but had no management authority, no profit distributions, and no guarantee those things would ever be restored. His future involvement in the business would depend entirely on whether he could demonstrate genuine humility and respect over a sustained period. Now, 18 months after Derek's attempted coup, we've settled into a new equilibrium. I'm 52 years old, running the expanded and thriving carpentry business with full authority and control. Derek works as a skilled craftsman under my direction, receiving his salary but nothing more. Our employees respect the leadership structure and appreciate working for a business that's financially stable and ethically managed. I've made it clear that my retirement timeline is my own to decide. I may work another 5 years, or 10, or 15. Whatever I ultimately decide, it will be based on my own assessment of what's right for me and the business, not because Derek feels entitled to push me aside. Some people think I should forgive Derek completely and restore his full partnership status. But trust, once broken the way Derek broke it, can't simply be rebuilt with apologies. He needs to demonstrate through years of consistent, respectful behavior that he understands the magnitude of what he attempted and has genuinely changed. Derek tried to fire me from the family business I'd built over 30 years, the business where I'd raised him and taught him everything he knew. He attempted to steal my life's work through fraudulent documents and forged signatures, motivated by impatience and entitlement. Instead, he learned that I'd built protections into our business structure precisely to prevent such betrayals. He discovered that attempting to push aside the person who built everything doesn't grant you control. It costs you everything you had. And he's experiencing daily the reality that ambition without respect, integrity, or earned authority leads not to leadership, but to subordination. Revenge doesn't always roar with dramatic confrontation. Sometimes it quietly protects what's yours, establishes appropriate boundaries, and lets betrayal teach its own lessons through natural consequences. Derek wanted to run things his way. Now he's learning that the way things actually work is that ownership, authority, and respect are earned through years of integrity, not stolen through forged paperwork from the person who gave you everything. The business thrives under my leadership. Derek works under my direction. And every day, he's reminded that the father he tried to fire is still very much in control of the company he built, and will remain so for as long as he chooses. That seems like exactly the right outcome for someone who tried to steal what 3 decades of hard work created. I supported my son's startup for years. Then he tried to kick me out of my own home. I'm a 55-year-old father, and for the past 3 decades, I've built a life through hard, honest work, running a small construction company. After my wife Catherine passed away from breast cancer when our son Jake was only 10, I threw myself into providing for him and building a stable home. The house we lived in, a modest 3-bedroom in a quiet suburban neighborhood, became everything to me. It was where Catherine and I had planned our future, where Jake grew up, and where I kept her memory alive. Jake was always a bright kid, with big dreams. While other boys his age talked about sports or video games, Jake talked about technology and entrepreneurship. When he went to college for computer science, I was proud. When he graduated and told me he wanted to start a tech company instead of taking a corporate job, I was supportive, even though it worried me. Starting a business is risky, but I'd done it myself with my construction company, so I understood the entrepreneurial drive. Jake's startup was supposed to be a revolutionary app for project management. He was passionate and convincing when he explained it, showing me prototypes and business plans I barely understood. He asked if I could invest some money to help him get started, just until he secured proper funding from investors. He promised he'd pay back every cent once the company took off. I wanted to support my son's dream. I'd worked hard for decades and had managed to save a decent amount, about $80,000 that I'd planned to use for my own retirement. But Jake was my only child, Catherine's son, and I believed in him. I gave him $30,000 initially, thinking it would be enough to get the startup launched. But that $30,000 was just the beginning. Over the next 4 years, Jake kept coming back, asking for more money. He needed funds for hiring developers, for marketing, for office space, for equipment, always with the promise that investors were just around the corner, and this would be the last time he needed help. I kept supporting him, draining my savings and even putting some expenses on credit cards. I gave him another $25,000, then $15,000 more, then smaller amounts that added up quickly. In total, I invested about $85,000 in Jake's startup over 4 years, more than my entire life savings. I did it because I believed in him, and because I wanted to see him succeed in a way I never had. My construction business was stable but small, and I thought maybe Jake could achieve something bigger. I was living paycheck to paycheck, covering the mortgage and household bills, while funneling every spare penny into Jake's dream. Jake would occasionally update me on the business, always sounding optimistic about imminent success. He said investors were interested, that the app was gaining users, that everything was progressing perfectly. He'd show me fancy presentations and metrics I didn't fully understand. I trusted him completely because he was my son, and because I wanted to believe the sacrifices were worth it. Then, one afternoon, I received a letter from a mortgage company I'd never heard of. The letter referenced a second mortgage on my property and indicated I was behind on payments. I was confused. I'd never taken out a second mortgage. I had my original mortgage that I'd been paying faithfully for 25 years, but nothing else. I called the mortgage company immediately and explained there must be a mistake. The representative asked me to verify some information, then told me that a second mortgage for $120,000 had been taken out on my property 18 months earlier. When I said I'd never authorized that, she suggested I review the paperwork, which showed my signature on the loan documents. My hands were shaking as I requested copies of everything. When the documents arrived, I saw my name and signature on loan papers, but I'd never signed them. Someone had forged my signature to take out a massive loan using my house as collateral, and I had a horrible sinking feeling about who that someone was. I confronted Jake that evening when he stopped by the house. I showed him the mortgage documents and asked him directly if he knew anything about them. His face went pale, and for a moment he tried to deny it, but I could see the guilt written all over his expression. Finally, he admitted what he'd done. Jake had forged my signature to take out a second mortgage on the house 18 months earlier. He'd used that $120,000 to keep his failing startup afloat, desperately trying to make it succeed before everything collapsed. He'd been making the payments from the business account initially, but now the startup had completely failed. He had no income, and the payments had stopped. The mortgage company was threatening foreclosure. "I was going to tell you once the business took off and I could pay everything back," Jake said, his voice defensive. "I needed the capital, and I knew you'd say no if I asked. I thought I could handle it without you ever knowing." I asked Jake what his plan was now that the business had failed and he couldn't make the mortgage payments. He looked uncomfortable and said he'd been exploring options. After pressing him, he finally admitted he'd been talking to a real estate agent about selling the house. He said we could split the proceeds and both start fresh somewhere else, him in a cheaper city where he could try again, and me in a smaller apartment. I was stunned. Jake had forged my signature, taken out a massive loan against my house without my knowledge, let the payments lapse when his business failed, and was now planning to sell my home. The house where I'd raised him, where his mother and I had built our life, so he could use half the proceeds to fund another business venture. He was planning to leave me homeless or living in some tiny apartment while he chased another failed dream with my money. "This is my house," I said quietly. "Your mother and I bought this house 30 years ago. I've paid the mortgage faithfully all these years. You forged my signature and stole my home's equity. Now you want to sell it and take half the proceeds? Do you understand how insane that is?" Jake became defensive and angry. He said I was being unsupportive and selfish, that he'd taken a risk trying to build something great, and that I should be helping him recover instead of attacking him. He actually said I should be grateful he was willing to split the proceeds from selling the house instead of keeping it all for himself. The entitlement and delusion were breathtaking. I told Jake to leave. That night I barely slept, trying to process that my son, Catherine's son, the boy I'd sacrificed everything for, had committed fraud against me and was planning to take my home. By morning, I'd made my decision. I contacted a lawyer who specialized in real estate fraud and elder financial abuse. My attorney reviewed all the documents and confirmed what I suspected. The second mortgage was completely illegal. Jake had forged my signature, which made the entire loan fraudulent. As the sole legal owner of the property, I had grounds to have the mortgage voided and potentially press criminal charges against Jake for forgery and fraud. The attorney sent a formal notice to the mortgage company explaining the fraud, providing handwriting analysis that confirmed the signature wasn't mine, and demanding the loan be voided. The mortgage company launched an investigation, and within 3 weeks they acknowledged the fraud and canceled the second mortgage. They would pursue recovery from Jake personally, but my house was protected. But I didn't stop there. I worked with my attorney to transfer ownership of the house into a family trust, the Catherine Bennett Memorial Trust, named after my late wife. I was the sole trustee with complete control, but the trust structure meant Jake couldn't forge documents or make claims against the property ever again. The house was legally protected from his schemes. Then, I addressed what Jake had been counting on as his backup plan, his eventual inheritance. Over the years, Catherine had collected antiques and vintage items that had appreciated significantly in value. She'd had an eye for quality pieces, and her collection was now worth approximately $45,000. Jake had always assumed he'd inherit these items and had even mentioned several times how much they'd be worth someday. I decided that someday would never come. I contacted an auction house and sold Catherine's entire antique collection. Every piece she'd carefully selected and treasured went to people who'd appreciate them. The $45,000 in proceeds I donated to local charities, the hospital where Catherine had been treated, scholarship funds for students pursuing business degrees, with specific provisions that Jake could never access them, and organizations that helped families dealing with cancer. I also sold other items Jake had been expecting to inherit, tools from my construction business, some valuable equipment, and other possessions he'd mentally claimed as his future property. Everything I didn't actively need, I liquidated and donated the proceeds to worthy causes. I kept detailed records of every transaction and donation. When Jake found out what I'd done, he was furious. He came to the house screaming about how I was destroying his future and stealing his inheritance. The irony of him using the word stealing after what he'd done was almost funny. I calmly explained that you can't steal what was never his, and that forging signatures and planning to sell your father's house tends to affect inheritance expectations. I told Jake that the house was now in a trust he could never access, that the second mortgage he'd fraudulently obtained had been voided, and the mortgage company was pursuing him for fraud, and that everything he'd been counting on inheriting was gone, sold or donated to help people who actually needed it. Jake threatened to sue me, but when he consulted with an attorney, he was told he had no grounds whatsoever. In fact, his attorney warned him that I could potentially press criminal charges for the forgery and fraud, which could result in prison time. Jake quickly backed down from his threats. The mortgage company did pursue Jake for the $120,000 he'd fraudulently obtained. He declared bankruptcy, and his credit was destroyed. He had to move back to my city and take a regular job, ironically in corporate tech, the kind of position he'd once considered beneath him. He's working to pay off his debts and rebuild his life, but it will take him years, if not decades. As for me, I'm 55 years old, living in the house Catherine and I bought together 30 years ago, now legally protected in a trust that honors her memory. I've paid off the original mortgage and own the home free and clear. I've rebuilt my savings slowly through my construction business, and I'm planning for a modest but secure retirement. I still do some work in the community, helping with Habitat for Humanity builds, mentoring young people who want to start businesses, and volunteering with cancer support groups. Catherine would be proud of how I've used the proceeds from her collection to help others, rather than letting Jake waste it on another failed venture. Jake and I have a distant, civil relationship now. He calls occasionally, usually when he needs something, but I keep firm boundaries. He's learned that I won't be manipulated or stolen from again. He sometimes expresses resentment about the inheritance he lost, but I remind him that he lost it when he forged my signature and tried to sell my house out from under me. I invested $85,000 in Jake's startup because I believed in him and wanted to support his dreams. He repaid me by committing fraud, forging my signature, taking out a $120,000 loan against my house, and planning to make me homeless so he could fund his next venture. I made sure he learned that actions have consequences and that you can't steal from someone and then expect to inherit from them. Sometimes the best revenge isn't loud or dramatic. It's quietly reclaiming your life, protecting what matters, and letting those who betrayed you face the natural consequences of their choices. Jake tried to take my home and my future. Instead, he lost the trust, respect, and inheritance he'd always taken for granted. I sleep peacefully in the house Catherine and I built together, while Jake works to dig himself out of the hole he created through his own greed and betrayal. That seems like justice to me.
Never thought my own son would sell me out for a promotion.
I'm a 52-year-old mother and small business owner. I run a construction supply shop that my late husband started from nothing. It's not glamorous, but it's ours. Well, it was his first, then mine, and I always thought it would be my kids someday. My eldest son, Mark, is 30, and my daughter, Lisa, is 27. After my husband died 8 years ago, I raised them both while keeping this business alive. Some days I wanted to quit. Some days I did quit, just not out loud. Mark always worked under me. He handled accounts, vendor negotiations, client communications. He was good at it too, but he complained constantly. "I'm stuck here, Mom. I could be making 6 figures somewhere else. Nobody respects family businesses anymore." I get it. He wanted more. But I needed him, and I thought he understood that this wasn't just a job. This was his father's legacy. About 6 months ago, a big contracting corporation started moving into our city. They were buying up smaller suppliers left and right, consolidating everything under their brand. I wasn't worried at first. We had loyal clients, solid vendor relationships. I figured we'd be fine. Then one morning, I opened my email and saw something that wasn't meant for me. It was forwarded by accident. One of Mark's old college buddies hit reply all instead of just replying to Mark. The email chain went back weeks, and right there, in plain text, was my son pitching himself to the corporation's regional manager as the ideal internal partner who could facilitate a smooth takeover of the family company from within. I read it 3 times before it sank in. He wasn't just looking for another job. He was offering them everything. Our financials, our client lists, our vendor contracts. He was handing them the keys to the kingdom. And in return, a regional director position once the acquisition went through. My own son was selling me out. I sat there staring at the screen for I don't know how long. My coffee went cold. My hands were shaking. I kept thinking, this can't be real. Mark wouldn't do this. But the evidence was right there. Dates, attachments, meeting notes. He'd been planning this for months. I didn't sleep that night. I printed everything. I read through it all again, hoping I'd misunderstood. But I hadn't. The next morning, I called him into my office. I put the emails on the desk between us. Didn't say a word at first, just watched his face. He glanced down, and I saw the exact moment he realized what I was looking at. His expression didn't even change much. No panic, no guilt. Just this calm, almost annoyed look, like I'd caught him in something minor. "Mom, don't," I cut him off. "Just tell me it's not what it looks like." He sighed, leaned back in his chair. "It's exactly what it looks like." I felt like I'd been punched. I don't know what I expected. Denial, maybe, or an apology. But not that. Not him just admitting it like it was nothing. "Why?" I asked. My voice cracked. I hated that. "Because you're tired, Mom. You've been running this place into the ground for years. You won't modernize. You won't expand. You won't let me make real decisions. This company could be worth something if you just let go." "Let go?" "Mark, your father built this with his hands. This is his legacy. This is your inheritance." "I don't want an inheritance," he said. and his tone was so cold. "I want a career. I want to actually grow. You're holding me back, and you're holding this business back. The corporation's offer is fair. You'd walk away with enough to retire comfortably. I'd finally get to do something that matters. Everybody wins. Except I didn't agree to any of this." He shrugged. "You would have said no. You always say no." I stared at him. This was my son. The kid I stayed up with when he had nightmares. The teenager I drove to hockey practice at 5 a.m. The man I trusted to help me keep his father's dream alive. And he looked at me like I was just an obstacle. "You should step back, Mom," he continued, like he was doing me a favor. "Let me handle the negotiations. You'll thank me later." I didn't argue. I didn't yell. I just nodded slowly and said, "I'll think about it." He actually smiled. "Good. I think you're making the right call." That's when I knew. He didn't see me as his mother anymore. He saw me as a problem to solve, and if I wanted to survive this, I had to think the same way. So I did. Over the next 3 weeks, I kept my mouth shut. I let Mark think I was considering my options. I even asked him to sit in on a few vendor calls, like I was grooming him to take over. He ate it up. Meanwhile, I was restructuring everything. I worked with my lawyer, someone Mark didn't know I was in contact with, and created a new holding entity under Lisa's name. I transferred the business licenses, the vendor contracts, the client agreements. I moved the bank accounts. I even renegotiated the building lease under the new company. The old business? It became a shell. Empty. Worthless. Mark had no idea. When the corporation finally came knocking, they were expecting to buy a thriving family business with established client relationships and vendor deals. Instead, they found an entity with no assets, no contracts, and no value. The whole deal collapsed in a day. Mark's promised job? Gone. He came to my house that night. Didn't even knock, just barged in. He was screaming, calling me manipulative, saying I'd ruined his life. I let him get it all out. Then I looked him in the eye and said, "You wanted to treat it like business, Mark. So I did." He left that night and didn't come back. Moved 2 states over a month later. We haven't spoken since. Lisa co-runs the company with me now. Business is steady. Our clients stayed loyal. The vendors respect us. We're doing fine. But I still think about him sometimes. Late at night, when the shop is quiet and I'm doing the books, I wonder if he ever thinks about what he tried to do, if he regrets it, if he even misses us. I love my son. I always will. But I also know he would have traded me and everything his father built for a corner office and a title. Was it revenge or just survival? I honestly don't know anymore. Because part of me wishes he'd never made me prove I could still fight. The day my sons tried to dump me in a nursing home, I taught them what abandonment feels like. I, 58, have been dealing with a situation involving my 2 sons, Marco, 32, and Diego, 29, that's completely destroyed what I thought our family was. Let me start with where I am right now. Sitting in a small apartment in Vancouver, drinking coffee my cousin Ernesto made, watching the rain hit the window. My sons think I'm either dead or rotting in some nursing home back in Manila. They have no idea I'm here, and honestly, that's exactly how I want it. But I need to explain how this all started. My wife Rosa died when the boys were 7 and 4. Cancer. Brutal and fast. I was 29 years old, working construction, and suddenly I was alone with 2 kids who kept asking when Mama was coming home. I worked double shifts, saved every peso I could. I skipped meals so they could eat. I wore the same clothes for years so they could have new uniforms. I put them both through college. Marco became an accountant. Diego got into hotel management. I was so proud. When they both got married and started their own families, I thought I'd finally done it. I could rest, maybe travel a little, enjoy my life. That lasted about 6 months. 3 months ago, Marco came to the house on a Tuesday afternoon. He had papers with him, a whole folder. He sat me down at the kitchen table, the same table where I used to help him with his homework, and told me these were just precautionary documents. Medical power of attorney, he said, in case something happens to you, Papa, in case you have an emergency and can't make decisions. Diego and I just want to make sure you're protected. I trusted him. Why wouldn't I? These were my sons. I raised them. I signed everything. 2 weeks later, my ATM card stopped working. I went to the bank, thinking it was some technical error. The teller looked at my account, then looked at me with this pitying expression that made my stomach drop. "Sir, this account has been restricted. There's a note here that says it's under management by your attorney-in-fact." I didn't even know what that meant at first. When I got home, I called Marco. He didn't answer. I called Diego, straight to voicemail. I tried again and again. Finally, Marco called back that evening. "Papa, we need to talk about your living situation." Living situation. Like I was a problem to be solved. He came over the next day with Diego. They didn't even sit down. They stood in my living room, the living room I painted myself, where we used to watch basketball together, and told me they'd found a really nice facility for me. Clean, they said, safe, with people my age. I asked them what the hell they were talking about. I'm 58, not 88. I still work part-time doing carpentry. I'm healthy. Diego looked at his phone while Marco did the talking. That's what hurt the most. Diego couldn't even look at me. "Papa, you're getting older. We worry about you here alone. What if you fall? What if something happens? And honestly..." Marco paused, like he was choosing his words carefully. "Maintaining this house and supporting you is becoming a financial strain on both of us. We have our own families now." Financial strain. I still had money in my account, or I did, until they took it. That's when I noticed the furniture was different. Small things. The good TV I bought last year was gone. The antique clock Rosa's mother gave us. Gone. I walked to my bedroom. My car keys weren't on the dresser. "Where's my car?" Marco cleared his throat. "We sold it, Papa. You don't need to be driving anymore anyway. We'll visit you at the facility and..." I didn't let him finish. I told them both to get out. They left, but not before Marco put a brochure on the table. Golden Years Haven, it said. The pictures showed old people in wheelchairs staring at nothing. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Rosa, about how she made me promise, right before she died, to take care of our boys. And this is what they became. I got out of bed around 3 a.m. and started going through my old documents. Birth certificates, marriage certificate, property titles. That's when I remembered. The land. My parents left me a small piece of land in Batangas, in our hometown. It wasn't huge, but it was something. I never told the boys about it because I was saving it, maybe to give to them someday, or maybe just as a safety net. I'd almost forgotten about it myself. I found the title. It was still in my name. The next morning, I called my old friend, Addie Ramos. We went to law school together for 1 semester before I had to drop out when Rosa got pregnant, but we stayed close. I told him everything. "They did what?" He was furious. "Bert, that's elder abuse. We can fight this." We met that afternoon. He explained that the power of attorney I signed was legitimate, but it could be revoked. We filed the paperwork immediately. Then we put a freeze on any property transfers in my name. The house, the land, everything. They couldn't touch it now without my explicit consent. But I didn't stop there. I told Addie Ramos I wanted to change my will. He asked if I was sure. I'd never been more sure of anything. I donated the land to a community center in Batangas where I used to volunteer after Rosa died. The house would go to an orphanage that helped me when the boys were young and I couldn't afford daycare. Not a single peso to Marco or Diego. What about your assets? Your savings? Addie Ramos asked. Whatever they haven't stolen yet, same thing. Donate it. Set up a scholarship fund, I don't care. Just make sure they get nothing. He drafted everything. I signed it. It was legal, notarized and sealed. Then I did something they'd never expect. I disappeared. I packed one bag, clothes, my documents, some photos of Rosa, and the wooden cross she used to keep by our bed.
I withdrew what little cash I could still access, about 30,000 pesos they hadn't found yet, hidden in an old coffee tin in the garage. I called Ernesto, my cousin in Vancouver. We hadn't talked in maybe 5 years, but when I explained what happened, he didn't hesitate. Come here, Bert. Stay as long as you need. I booked a flight using my old passport. I left on a Friday morning when I knew Marco would be at work and Diego would be busy with his hotel job. I left the brochure for Golden Years Haven on the kitchen table. Next to it, I put my house keys and a note that said, "You wanted me gone. Congratulations." For the first 2 weeks in Vancouver, I barely left Ernesto's apartment. I felt like I was mourning something, but I wasn't sure what. My sons, my old life, the version of my family I thought we were. Ernesto worked during the day, so I was alone with my thoughts a lot. I'd make coffee, stare out the window at the mountains, and wonder if I'd done the right thing. Part of me wanted to call them, to hear their voices, to try to fix it somehow. But then I'd remember Marco's face when he told me I was a financial strain. I'd remember Diego looking at his phone instead of at me. I'd remember my empty bank account and my missing car. One evening, about 3 weeks after I arrived, Ernesto came home and found me looking at old photos on my phone. Pictures of the boys when they were little. Marco's graduation. Diego's wedding. "You're torturing yourself," he said. "They're still my sons." They stopped being your sons when they treated you like garbage. I knew he was right. But knowing it and feeling it were different things. Back in Manila, Addie Ramos kept me updated. Marco and Diego had tried to access the house. They had copies of my keys, apparently. But when they got there, neighbors had already noticed I was gone. Mrs. Santos from next door called Addie Ramos because I'd given her his number months ago as an emergency contact. The boys told everyone I was undergoing treatment and that they were handling my affairs. They even posted on Facebook about how difficult it was to care for an aging parent. The comments were full of people praising them for their sacrifice. It made me sick. Attorney Ramos advised me to stay quiet. "Let them think whatever they want for now," he said. "The less they know, the better." In month 2, I started helping Ernesto at his restaurant. Just small things: prep work, cleaning, talking to the Filipino customers who came in looking for a taste of home. It felt good to be useful again, to be around people who didn't see me as a burden. One of the regular customers, a woman named Lydia who was maybe 60, started talking to me during her lunch breaks. She was a nurse, widowed like me. We talked about our kids. She had 3 daughters in Toronto who visited once a year if she was lucky. "They love me," she said, "but they have their own lives. I'm just the woman who calls too much and asks when they're visiting." "At least they didn't try to institutionalize you and steal your money," I said. She laughed, but it wasn't really funny. Around month 3, Attorney Ramos called with news. Your sons filed a missing person report. They what? Last week. They told the police you're elderly, possibly confused, and they're worried about your safety. They're really playing this up, Bert. Social media posts, interviews with local news. They're positioning themselves as the devoted sons looking for their poor, lost father. I felt my hands start shaking. What do we do? Nothing yet. You're a grown man. You're allowed to leave. You're not actually missing. You're just not where they want you to be. But Bert, you should know. They're asking about your assets. The house. They want to sell it. Claim they need the money to fund the search for you. Can they? Not with the freeze in place. But they're trying.
They hired a lawyer. That's when I realized they weren't just greedy. They were committed to this. To erasing me and taking everything I'd built. That night I couldn't sleep again. I kept thinking about the life insurance policy I had. If they declared me dead after 7 years, would they get that too? I called Attorney Ramos first thing in the morning. Already ahead of you, he said. I updated the beneficiary. It's going to the charities now too. Good. Bert. They came to my office yesterday. Marco and Diego. They wanted to know if I'd heard from you. What did you tell them? That I'm your lawyer, not theirs, and they can leave my office before I call security. Marco tried to threaten me, said he'd report me for helping you evade your responsibilities. I told him to try it. I could hear the smile in his voice. Attorney Ramos was enjoying this, and honestly, so was I starting to. There's something else, he continued. I heard through Mrs. Santos that they're planning some kind of memorial. They're telling people you're likely dead. I've been gone 3 months. They're impatient, and they want access to that inheritance. That's when the plan fully formed in my head. Ramos, what if we let them think I'm dead? What? What if we don't correct them? Let them hold their little memorial. Let them find out exactly what they're inheriting. And then I send them something. Not much. Just enough to let them know I'm alive and I saw everything. There was a long pause. Bert, that's actually brilliant. And legal. As long as you're not actually committing fraud. You're just staying out of touch. So we do nothing? We do nothing. We wait. And when they make their move, we let them hang themselves. It took another 2 months, but it happened. Mrs. Santos sent me photos. A small memorial service at our parish church. Maybe 50 people. The boys were dressed in black. Marco gave a speech about what a devoted father I was.
How much they missed me. How they hoped I was at peace now. Diego cried. Actual tears. I wondered if they were real. The priest, Father Miguel, who baptized both my sons and buried my wife, looked uncomfortable the whole time. He kept the ceremony short. After the service, according to Mrs. Santos, several people went to the boys and gave them envelopes. Money. Condolence gifts. Traditional. That would have made me angry, but I was past anger by then. I was just done. 1 week after the memorial, Adedy Ramos called a meeting with Marco and Diego to discuss the estate. He recorded it with their permission. Standard procedure, he told them, for legal purposes. I listened to that recording 3 times. So, about your father's assets, Adedy Ramos began. Yes, the house. And we know he had some land somewhere, plus his savings, Marco said. The house will be transferred to St. Catherine's Orphanage, as per your father's will, updated and notarized 4 months ago. Silence. The land in Batangas has been donated to the Batangas Community Center. More silence. And the remaining liquid assets, approximately 400,000 pesos after debts and expenses, have been allocated to a scholarship fund for underprivileged children in your father's name. That's not possible. We had power of attorney, Diego finally said, which your father revoked 3 days after you sold his car without his permission. Did you think he wouldn't notice? Where is he? Marco's voice was different now, angry. He's not dead, is he? I'm not at liberty to discuss my client's location or status. You're hiding him. I'm executing his legal wishes. If you have a problem with the will, you're welcome to contest it. But I should warn you, elder financial abuse is a serious crime in the Philippines, and I have documented evidence of your actions. The unauthorized sale of his vehicle, the restriction of his bank accounts, the attempted institutionalization against his will.
I'd be happy to present that evidence in court if you'd like to proceed. The recording went quiet except for some shuffling sounds. Get out of my office, gentlemen. We're done here. I sat in Ernesto's apartment, holding the phone, and I finally cried. Not sad crying. Something else. Relief, maybe. Or grief for the sons I thought I had. 2 days later, I sent them each a letter. Same message. You thought you were putting me away. Turns out, I was freeing myself from you. I'm not dead. I'm just dead to you. Don't look for me. Don't call. Don't pretend you care now. You wanted me gone. I'm gone. The difference is, I left on my own terms, with my dignity intact. You'll inherit exactly what you gave me. Nothing. I didn't sign it. I didn't need to. Attorney Ramos told me Marco tried to call him 17 times that day. Diego sent emails threatening legal action, then begging for a phone number, then apologizing, then threatening again. I blocked their numbers, all of them, their wives, their kids, everyone. That was 4 months ago. I'm still in Vancouver. I got a part-time job at a Filipino grocery store. I play chess with Ernesto on weekends. Lydia, the nurse, and I have coffee sometimes. I'm learning to live a smaller life, and I'm okay with it. Do I think about my sons? Every day. Do I miss them? I miss who I thought they were. Mrs. Santos tells me they sold their cars, downsized their houses. Apparently they were counting on my money to cover some debts. Marco's wife left him. She didn't sign up to be poor, apparently. Diego's family is staying with his in-laws. Part of me feels something about that. I'm not sure what. Sometimes I wonder if they tell their kids about me. If my grandchildren know I exist. If they'll grow up thinking I abandoned them. But then I remember. I didn't abandon anyone. I just stopped letting them abandon me first. Father Miguel sent me an email last month through Attorney Ramos. He said the boys came to confession. He can't tell me what they said, obviously, but he wanted me to know they came. He said he's praying for our family. I haven't responded yet. I'm not sure what I'd say. I didn't die in a nursing home. I lived long enough to see my sons realize that greed is the worst kind of poverty. The question I keep asking myself is, did I do the right thing? Or did I become just as cruel as they were? What would you have done? They laughed when I said I'd keep the family farm. Now they work for me. I'm a 58-year-old father who spent my entire life working the land my grandfather cleared and cultivated over 90 years ago. The farm has been in our family for 3 generations.
320 acres of good farmland in a rural community where everyone knows everyone, and your word still means something. I've raised my 2 children, Ryan and Sarah, on this farm, teaching them the value of hard work, the satisfaction of harvest, and the importance of respecting what generations before you built. After my wife passed away from a sudden heart attack 10 years ago, I threw myself even deeper into the farm work. Ryan and Sarah were in their 20s then, starting their own careers. Ryan in agricultural supply sales and Sarah in real estate. They'd both left the farm for city jobs, which I understood and supported. Not everyone wants the farming life, and I'd raised them to follow their own paths. But as they got older and the land became more valuable, our rural area was slowly suburbanizing, and developers were constantly approaching farmers about selling. Ryan and Sarah started showing renewed interest in the family farm. Not in working it or preserving it, but in what it might be worth if sold. I'd been generous with them over the years. When Ryan wanted to try his hand at specialty crops, I gave him 5 acres to experiment with organic vegetables. When Sarah wanted to understand agricultural real estate, I let her manage the leasing of some pasture land to a neighbor. I supported their interests and involvement, hoping maybe they'd develop an appreciation for what the farm represented. But about 2 years ago, I mentioned casually during a family dinner that I planned to keep the farm in my name for the foreseeable future. I was only 56 and in good health, and I intended to work this land for at least another decade or more. I said I'd eventually create a proper succession plan, but that the farm would remain mine to operate as I saw fit until then. Ryan and Sarah's reactions shocked me. Instead of understanding, or even just accepting my decision, they became angry and accusatory. Sarah said I was being selfish and holding them back from their financial future. Ryan claimed I was stuck in the past and preventing them from making progress by selling to developers who'd pay top dollar for the land. They actually laughed when I said I intended to keep farming. Sarah said, "Dad, you're almost 60. You can't keep doing this physical labor forever. You're being stubborn and irrational." Ryan added, "This land is worth at least $2 million. You're keeping us from wealth we deserve because of some sentimental attachment to dirt and tractors." I was hurt by their dismissiveness and their sense of entitlement to wealth from land they hadn't worked or maintained. But I held my tongue and tried to explain that this farm was our family legacy, not just an asset to liquidate. They weren't interested in hearing it. They left that dinner angry, and our relationship became strained. Over the next year, Ryan and Sarah would occasionally bring up the farm sale idea, always framing it as what was best for everyone, or the smart financial move. I consistently refused, and they became increasingly frustrated with me. I started noticing they'd show up at the farm when I wasn't there, taking photos and measurements. Sarah mentioned she'd had the property appraised without asking me. Ryan talked about developers he knew who'd be very interested in the land. Then one morning, I returned from a routine town council meeting. I served on the Agricultural Advisory Board, to find my house had been broken into. Nothing seemed stolen, but my home office had been rifled through. Papers were disorganized, file cabinets were open, and my desk drawers had clearly been searched. I immediately knew something was seriously wrong. I called the sheriff, and we discovered that several important documents were missing, specifically the original deed to the property and some related ownership paperwork. The sheriff suggested it might be someone looking for identity theft materials, but my gut told me this was about the farm. I contacted my attorney immediately and explained what had happened. He suggested we request copies of any recent filings related to my property from the county recorder's office. What we discovered made my blood run cold. Someone had attempted to file deed transfer documents that would change ownership of the farm from my name to joint ownership with Ryan and Sarah. The documents included signatures that were supposed to be mine, authorizing the transfer. The county recorder had flagged them as suspicious because the notary information didn't match their records, which is why the transfer hadn't been processed yet. But Ryan and Sarah had clearly tried to steal my farm by forging documents. My attorney obtained copies of the fraudulent documents, and it was immediately clear the signatures were forgeries. The handwriting wasn't even close to mine. More investigation revealed that Ryan and Sarah had broken into my house to steal the original deed, thinking they needed it to make their forged transfer seem more legitimate. They'd planned to transfer the farm into their names, then quickly sell it to developers before I could stop them. I was devastated. My own children, the kids I'd raised, supported, and loved, had committed breaking and entering, theft, and fraud to steal the family farm and sell it for profit. They'd planned to leave me homeless, and without the land I'd devoted my entire life to maintaining. My attorney advised me that I could press criminal charges. Ryan and Sarah had committed multiple felonies, and we had clear evidence. But pressing charges would mean my children going to prison, and despite everything, I wasn't ready to do that. Instead, my attorney and I developed a different plan. We filed an injunction blocking any property transfers and officially documented the forgery attempt with the county. We recovered the stolen deed documents through the sheriff's investigation. Ryan and Sarah were questioned, and, faced with undeniable evidence, admitted what they'd done. They claimed they'd only done it because I was being unreasonable about selling the farm, and they'd felt they had no choice. My attorney made them an offer. I wouldn't press criminal charges if they agreed to certain conditions. First, they had to sign legal documents acknowledging that I was the sole legal owner of the farm, and that they had no claim to it whatsoever. Second, they had to sign agreements stating they understood they'd committed fraud, and that any future attempts to steal or fraudulently transfer the property would result in immediate criminal prosecution. But I didn't stop there. I'd been struggling to maintain the farm alone as I got older, and I'd been considering hiring additional help. Ryan and Sarah had claimed the farm wasn't worth keeping, that it was just manual labor maintaining dirt and tractors. I decided they should have the opportunity to truly understand what they'd tried to steal. I offered them both jobs working on the farm. The pay was below market rate, $12 per hour for general farm labor. The work included everything that needed doing: planting, weeding, harvesting, equipment maintenance, fence repair, barn cleaning, and all the other physically demanding tasks that farming requires. They would work 6 days a week, 8 hours a day, under my direct supervision. The alternative was criminal prosecution for breaking and entering, theft, and fraud, charges that would almost certainly result in conviction and prison time given the evidence. Faced with that choice, Ryan and Sarah reluctantly agreed. For the past year, Ryan and Sarah have been working the farm they once tried to steal. Every morning, they show up at 6 a.m. and work until 2 p.m., doing the manual labor they'd once dismissed as beneath them. Ryan, who used to work in an air-conditioned office selling agricultural supplies, now spends his days actually working with those supplies, repairing irrigation systems, operating tractors, and hauling feed. Sarah, who sold real estate and thought the farm should be sold to developers, now maintains the very land she wanted to destroy. I supervise their work, providing instruction and ensuring quality. I'm not cruel or vindictive in my management, but I am exacting. The work needs to be done properly, and they're learning the skills and discipline that farming requires. They're learning what it actually means to maintain 320 acres of productive farmland. The pay of $12 per hour is substantially less than what they'd been earning in their previous careers, both of which they've had to give up due to the time commitment of farm work. Ryan and Sarah live in the old farmhand quarters, a small, basic building with 2 bedrooms and minimal amenities. They eat meals at my house, which I provide as part of their compensation, but they're definitely not living the comfortable suburban lives they'd imagined after selling the farm. At first, They were sullen and resentful, doing the bare minimum and complaining constantly. But over time, something interesting has happened. They've actually started to understand the farm in a way they never did growing up. Ryan has become genuinely skilled at equipment repair and has started making improvements to our irrigation efficiency. Sarah has developed a surprising aptitude for crop rotation planning and has helped me optimize our planting schedules. They still grumble sometimes about the hard work and the low pay, but there's also a grudging respect developing. They're beginning to understand why I couldn't just sell this land to developers, why the farm represents something more valuable than a $2 million payout. They're learning what their grandfather and great-grandfather built, and what I've spent my life maintaining. The farm is thriving under this arrangement. With Ryan and Sarah providing consistent labor, I've been able to expand production and actually increase profitability. I pay myself a proper manager's salary and keep the profits, while Ryan and Sarah receive their agreed-upon hourly wages. They're no longer trying to steal the farm. They're too busy actually working it. Our relationship has evolved into something different from the traditional father-children dynamic. I'm their employer and supervisor now, and they're my employees. There's a professional boundary that didn't exist before. They call me sir during work hours and follow my instructions without the arguing and entitlement that used to characterize our interactions. I've made it clear that their current arrangement is long-term, but not permanent. After another 2 years of work, if they've proven themselves trustworthy and have genuinely learned to value the farm, I'll revisit the compensation structure and potentially give them small ownership stakes, though never enough to override my control. The farm will remain primarily mine for as long as I live, and my eventual succession plan will depend entirely on whether they demonstrate they've learned the lessons this experience was meant to teach. Some people in town think I've been too harsh with my children. They see Ryan and Sarah working as farm laborers for their father and think I'm punishing them excessively. But most people who know the full story, that they tried to forge documents and steal my farm to sell it to developers, understand that my solution was actually merciful. I could have sent them to prison. Instead, I gave them jobs and an education in what real work means. Ryan and Sarah occasionally express frustration with their situation, especially when they see former colleagues succeeding in their original career paths. But they also know they brought this on themselves. They tried to steal what 3 generations built, and now they're learning firsthand what it takes to maintain it. I'm 58 years old, still healthy and strong, supervising the farm that my grandfather cleared and my father expanded. Ryan and Sarah work the land they once tried to sell, learning humility and respect through daily manual labor. The farm remains firmly under my control, and I sleep peacefully knowing that my children can't steal what I'm watching them work on every single day. Sometimes revenge isn't about hurting people or destroying their lives. Sometimes it's about showing them exactly who holds the power and making them face the consequences of their choices in the most educational way possible. Ryan and Sarah laughed when I said I'd keep the family farm. Now they work for me on that farm, earning below market wages while I collect the profits from land they'll never control. They wanted to turn my legacy into quick money. Instead, I turned their greed into an ongoing lesson about the value of hard work, respect, and understanding that some things are worth more than their sale price. The farm will stay in the family, but only on my terms, and my children will never forget the year they spent working as farmhands on land they once thought they owned. That seems like exactly the right ending to their attempted theft. Not punishment, but education, delivered through the honest work they tried to avoid. What my daughters didn't know when they sold my house behind my back. I'm a 58-year-old widowed father, and I need to tell you what my daughters Rebecca, 32, and Michelle, 29, did to me. I spent 30 years as a carpenter, building homes for other people, but the one I'm proudest of is the house I built for my late wife Sarah and our family. Every beam, every window frame, every floorboard, I put it there with my own hands. Sarah died 2 years ago. Breast cancer. It was brutal. And yeah, I wasn't doing great afterward. I'll admit that. I stopped shaving regularly, let the lawn get overgrown, forgot to eat sometimes. My daughters noticed. They started coming around more often, which I appreciated at first. They'd bring groceries, help with laundry, sit with me on the porch. It felt good to not be alone. About 6 months after Sarah passed, Rebecca sat me down at my kitchen table with this serious look on her face. She said they were worried about me. Bills were piling up, she claimed. I was forgetting to pay things. I insisted I was fine, but she pulled out some overdue notices: electric, water, credit card. I didn't remember seeing those. She suggested they help manage my finances, just temporarily, until I got back on my feet. Michelle nodded along, holding my hand, saying it was what Mom would have wanted. I trusted them. These are my daughters. I raised them to be strong, independent women. So I signed some papers. Bank access, they said, just so they could help pay bills online. That was 8 months ago. Things got weird slowly. First, I stopped getting mail. When I asked about it, Rebecca said she'd set up mail forwarding to her place so she could sort through it for me, handle the important stuff. Then I noticed charges on my credit card I didn't recognize. When I brought it up, Michelle got defensive, said it was for things I needed but forgot I'd asked for. My friends from the carpentry union stopped getting through when they called. My daughters had changed my phone plan and given me a new number to stop scammers. I started feeling like a stranger in my own life. Every time I questioned something, they'd exchange these looks, like I was being difficult. They started talking about me in third person while I was sitting right there. Dad's having a hard time remembering things. We need to make sure Dad doesn't get confused. I'm 58, not 88. I'm not confused. 3 months ago, I woke up to find Rebecca and Michelle in my living room with a woman I'd never met. Professional looking, holding a folder. Rebecca introduced her as Diane, a care advisor. They wanted to discuss my options. That's when they told me they thought I needed more support, maybe a change of environment, somewhere with medical staff nearby. Assisted living, they called it. I lost it. I told them to get out. I didn't need assisted living. I built this house with my bare hands. I wasn't leaving. They left, but I could see it in their eyes. They weren't done. 2 weeks later, I was in the garage working on a rocking chair, same kind I'd made for Sarah when she was pregnant with Rebecca. It was early morning, around 8. I heard a knock on the front door. When I opened it, there was a man in a suit, mid-40s, holding a briefcase. "Mr. Patterson? I'm David Chen from Riverside Realty. I'm here about the closing paperwork." I stared at him. "What closing?" He looked confused. "The house sale? We're set to close in 2 weeks. I just need your signature on a few final documents." My blood went cold. I didn't sell my house. He pulled out papers. There it was, contract for sale, signed and dated, my signature at the bottom. Except I never signed it. The buyer was some LLC I'd never heard of. Sale price was listed at $340,000. My house was worth at least $500,000, maybe more. I told him there was a mistake. He got uncomfortable, made some calls, left saying he'd be in touch. I called Rebecca immediately. She didn't answer. I called Michelle. Voicemail. I called again, and again. Finally, Rebecca called back that evening. "Dad, we need to talk. Can we come over?" They showed up an hour later, both of them, sitting on my couch like this was an intervention. Michelle was crying before anyone said anything. Rebecca did most of the talking. They had power of attorney, she said. They'd gotten it months ago, when I signed those papers to help with bills, And yes, they'd sold the house. The money was going into a trust for my long-term care. The facility they'd found was really nice, meals included, activities, medical staff on site. They'd already put down a deposit. You did what? I couldn't breathe right. Michelle grabbed my hand. Dad, you can't take care of yourself here anymore. The house is too big. You're not safe. I'm perfectly safe. This is my home. Rebecca's voice got harder. The sale is already in process. We're doing this for you, whether you understand that or not. That's when I realized. They weren't asking. They'd already decided. In their minds, I was already gone. Just some confused old man who needed to be managed. Get out of my house, I said quietly. Dad, get out. They left. Rebecca looked back at the door with this expression that I'll never forget. Not guilt, not sadness. Pity. She pitied me. I sat in that house for 3 hours trying to figure out what to do. I called a lawyer the next morning, but he said if the power of attorney documents were legitimate, there might not be much I could do. He'd need to review everything, and that would take time I didn't have. The next week, Rebecca and Michelle showed up with movers. They'd rented a storage unit for my things. The new owners wanted to move in right after closing. They were packing up my life, and everyone in the neighborhood was watching. Mrs. Chen from next door brought me cookies and told me how lucky I was to have such caring daughters. Mr. Patel said his kids never visited, and I should be grateful. No one believed me when I tried to explain. They all saw what my daughters wanted them to see. A confused old widower being helped by his loving children. The facility was called Meadowbrook. Nice name for a prison. It wasn't terrible, objectively speaking. Clean rooms, decent food, activities like bingo and movie nights. But I didn't belong there. The other residents were in their 70s and 80s, most with actual medical needs. I was the youngest person there by at least 15 years. I had my own room, but it was tiny, maybe 300 square feet. Everything I owned was crammed into a storage unit across town. My daughters visited once a week at first, bringing magazines and telling me about their lives like nothing had happened, like they hadn't just stolen everything from me. They'd paid off my debts with the house money, they said. Put the rest in an account for my care. Weren't they good daughters? I played along. What choice did I have? But here's what they didn't know. I wasn't as helpless as they thought, and I wasn't going to just accept this. I still had friends, real friends. Jimmy Reeves was one of them. We'd worked together for 20 years before I retired. He also happened to be married to Linda Reeves, a lawyer who specialized in elder law. When Jimmy visited me the second week I was there, I asked him if Linda could help. She came to see me the following Tuesday. We met in the facility's visiting room, and I laid out everything. The forged signatures, the power of attorney I didn't remember signing, the undervalued house sale. She listened, took notes, didn't treat me like I was crazy. This is elder abuse, she said. Financial exploitation. If we can prove the signatures were forged, or that you were coerced, we can undo this. But we'll need evidence. I had some. I'd kept copies of old bills showing my accounts were fine before the girls took over. I had emails from Rebecca discussing the house sale before it allegedly happened. And I had my memory. I knew I never signed power of attorney documents, and I definitely never agreed to sell my house. Linda filed a motion to freeze the assets from the house sale. It took 3 weeks, but a judge agreed to a temporary hold pending investigation. Rebecca called me that night, furious. What did you do? I got a lawyer. Dad, this is ridiculous. We're trying to help you. You stole my house. We saved you from yourself. You couldn't handle things. You were drowning. I was grieving. That's not the same thing as being incompetent." She hung up. Michelle called the next day, crying, begging me to drop it. Said I was tearing the family apart. I told her they'd already done that. The investigation took 4 months. During that time, Linda dug into everything: bank records, the power of attorney documents, the sale contract. She found irregularities. The signature on the POA didn't quite match my actual signature. The house had been appraised for $480,000 just a year before Sarah died, but sold for $340,000. And most damning, Rebecca had transferred $95,000 to her own account 2 weeks after the sale, claiming it was reimbursement for care expenses. Michelle had taken $63,000. They'd planned to pocket over $150,000 while putting me in a facility that cost $3,200 a month. The math didn't add up. I spent those 4 months being the model resident at Meadowbrook. Pleasant, cooperative, mentally sharp. The staff loved me. I helped fix broken furniture, taught a woodworking class, played cards with the other residents. When my daughter's lawyer tried to claim I was incompetent, the facility's own medical staff testified that I was one of the most capable residents they had. The real breakthrough came when Linda got access to my medical records. Rebecca had told the court I was showing signs of dementia, but my doctor, the same one I'd seen for 15 years, had no records of any cognitive decline. In fact, my last checkup had been completely normal. Rebecca had lied. In month 5, the judge ruled. The power of attorney was declared invalid due to irregularities and lack of informed consent. The house sale was voided because I'd never legally authorized it. The buyers were pissed, but they got their money back. And here's the beautiful part. Because Rebecca and Michelle had already spent some of the money, they had to liquidate their own assets to return what they'd taken. Rebecca had to sell her condo. Michelle borrowed against her 401k. The criminal charges came next. Linda worked with the district attorney's office. Elder abuse, fraud, forgery. I was there when the police showed up at Rebecca's apartment. I wasn't supposed to be. Linda said it wasn't a good idea, but I needed to see it. Rebecca opened the door in her pajamas, coffee in hand. When she saw the officers, her face went white. They read her rights while I stood there on the sidewalk, watching. She looked over the officer's shoulder and saw me. The expression on her face, shock, betrayal, fury. It mirrored exactly how I'd felt that day the realtor knocked on my door. Michelle turned herself in when she found out. They both made bail. Their lawyers reached out about a plea deal. The criminal cases took almost a year to resolve. Both daughters pleaded guilty to reduced charges. Rebecca got 2 years probation and 200 hours community service. Michelle got 1 year probation. They had to pay restitution for all legal fees and the money they'd taken. Their records would show convictions for financial exploitation of a vulnerable adult. But the real punishment, I think, was everyone knowing what they'd done. Our neighborhood, our church, our extended family, they all found out. The daughters who'd been praised for taking care of their poor father had actually robbed him. Mrs. Chen stopped baking them cookies. Rebecca lost friends. Michelle's husband nearly left her over it. I moved back into my house. It needed work after sitting empty for nearly a year, but I didn't mind. Gave me something to do. I replanted Sarah's rose bushes, fixed the fence, repainted the porch, made it feel like home again. With the recovered money and some of my savings, I bought a small piece of land up near Crystal Lake, the same lake where Sarah and I used to go when we were dating. I spent last summer building a cabin there. Nothing fancy, just 2 rooms and a porch. But it's mine. Every nail, every board, every shingle. When I'm there, I can almost feel Sarah sitting next to me, watching the sunset over the water. My daughters tried to apologize. Rebecca sent a long letter about 6 months after everything was finalized. She said they'd been scared, that they'd watched me fall apart after Mom died, and thought they were helping. They convinced themselves I couldn't handle things alone. The money was supposed to be for my care, she claimed. They just got confused about boundaries. Michelle showed up at my door about 2 months ago, crying. Said she was sorry, that she never meant to hurt me, that she missed me. She'd just had a baby, my first grandchild, a little girl named Sarah. Michelle wanted me to meet her, wanted me to be a grandfather. I told her I forgave them. I meant it. Carrying around anger like that eats you alive, and I've already lost too much time to grief and pain. But forgiveness doesn't mean things go back to how they were. I had my lawyer draw up a new will. Neither Rebecca nor Michelle are in it. The house goes to a charity that helps build homes for veterans. The lake property goes to Jimmy's son, who's learning carpentry and reminds me of myself at his age. There's a trust for my granddaughter's education, but it's controlled by an independent trustee, not her mother. My daughters still call sometimes, Michelle more than Rebecca. I answer about half the time. We have polite conversations, surface-level stuff. But they're not invited to the lake house. They don't have keys to my home anymore. They're not listed as emergency contacts. I changed all my passwords, my bank accounts, everything. I see my granddaughter sometimes, supervised visits at a neutral location, usually with Michelle's husband present. She's beautiful, has Sarah's eyes. It breaks my heart a little every time because I should be the grandfather who builds her a swing set and teaches her how to use a hammer. But I can't trust her mother, and that changes everything. The thing is, I don't know if I did the right thing. I destroyed my daughter's reputations, cost them thousands of dollars, put them through the legal system. They lost friends, status, dignity. Rebecca hasn't spoken to me in 8 months. Michelle only calls when she wants something, usually related to the baby. But they were going to put me away like I was already dead. They were going to take everything I'd built, everything Sarah and I had created together, and they were going to profit from it, while I rotted in some facility. They treated me like I was nothing, like I was already gone. People tell me I should let it go now, move on, be a family again. But how do you rebuild trust after something like that? How do you forget that your own children, the people you raised, sacrificed for, loved more than anything, saw you as a problem to be solved, an asset to be liquidated? I'm at the lake right now, sitting on the porch I built, drinking coffee as the sun comes up. It's peaceful here, quiet. No one treats me like I'm incapable or broken. I'm just a man who outlived his wife and got betrayed by his kids, but somehow managed to claw his way back to dignity. Was I wrong for pressing charges and cutting them out of my will? They say they were trying to help, but the evidence showed they were stealing. They say I've ruined their lives, but I'm the one who lost my home and my family in one move. Maybe some part of me went too far. Maybe I should have stopped at getting my house back. Maybe the criminal charges and the will were about revenge more than justice. Or maybe this was the only way to prove that I'm not helpless, that I'm not their fool, that being old and grieving doesn't mean you can be discarded like broken furniture. I honestly don't know anymore. All I know is that I'm 58 years old, sitting in a cabin I built with my own hands, and I'm alone. My wife is dead. My daughters are strangers. My granddaughter will grow up barely knowing me. And I'm the one who chose this. I chose to fight back instead of accepting what they'd done. So was I wrong? Or was this the only choice I really had? When my daughter sold my house behind my back, I sold her future instead. I, 56, a retired nurse and single mother, never thought I'd be writing this. My daughter Lisa, 32, and I used to be inseparable. After my husband died 5 years ago, she became my rock. Or at least that's what I believed. Let me give you some context first. My husband and I built our home together 30 years ago in a quiet suburban neighborhood where everyone knows everyone's business. It wasn't fancy, but it was ours. When he passed from cancer, that house became more than just four walls. It was the last piece of him I had left. Every corner held a memory. The garden he planted, the porch he built by hand. Everything. Lisa and her husband Mark, 35, lived just 10 minutes away. Mark ran some kind of investment business that I never fully understood, but they seemed to be doing well. They had 2 kids, my grandkids, who I watched every week. Life was peaceful, simple. About a year ago, my eyesight started going. Not blind, just blurry enough that reading small print gave me headaches. Lisa offered to help with my paperwork. Bills, bank statements, that sort of thing. I trusted her completely. She was my daughter, my best friend. Why wouldn't I? 3 months ago, everything changed. I was having my morning coffee when the mailman handed me a certified letter. It was from the bank. I had to squint to read it, but the words were clear enough. Notice of property sale. My house was being sold. Closing date in 45 days. My hands started shaking. There had to be a mistake. I called the bank immediately, and that's when my world collapsed. The house had been transferred out of my name 6 months ago. New owner, Lisa Henderson. My daughter. The documents had my signature on them, except I never signed anything. I sat there in shock for hours. Then I drove to Lisa's house, letter in hand. She was in her kitchen when I arrived, looking casual, like it was just another Tuesday.
I threw the letter on her counter. "Explain this," I said. She barely glanced at it. Then she sighed, like I was inconveniencing her. "Mom, we were going to tell you. Mark and I have been trying to protect your assets. That house is too much for you to maintain alone. We're securing your future." "Securing my future? Lisa, you stole my house." "Don't be dramatic. We're family. You can move in with us. The kids would love it. And honestly, Mom, with your eyes getting worse, you shouldn't be living alone anyway." I felt like I'd been punched. "Did you forge my signature?" She looked away. "Mark handled the paperwork. It's complicated, but it's legal. Trust me, this is better for everyone." "Better for everyone? Or better for you?" She crossed her arms. "You're upset now, but you'll see. We're doing this because we love you." I left without another word. I couldn't breathe in that house. Back at home, I sat in the living room my husband and I picked out furniture for, and I cried for the first time since his funeral. My own daughter had betrayed me. For what? Money? Greed? I couldn't understand it. My friends told me to forgive her. "Family is family," they said. "She's probably just stressed about money. You should move in with her and let it go." But I couldn't. This wasn't about the house. It was about everything that house represented. My marriage, my independence, my life. I called Lisa 2 more times that week. She didn't answer. Mark finally texted me. "Give her space. She's doing what's best for you." That's when I stopped crying and started planning. I reached out to an old colleague from the hospital, Janet, who had retired and started volunteering with legal aid. I explained everything. She was furious on my behalf and immediately connected me with a lawyer who specialized in elder fraud. We examined the documents. The signature was clearly forged. I never looped my R the way it appeared on those papers. More digging revealed that Mark's investment business was barely staying afloat, and they'd used my house as collateral for a loan. The lawyer said we had a case, a strong one, criminal fraud. But pressing charges meant my daughter could face jail time. I didn't sleep for 3 days thinking about it. Then I remembered something my husband used to say. Actions have consequences,
That's not punishment. That's just life. I signed the paperwork. Meanwhile, I played along with Lisa's plan. I started packing my things. I even visited her house to discuss the move. She was relieved, almost giddy. Mark kept talking about how they'd convert my house into a rental property. It's a solid investment, he said. I smiled and nodded. 2 weeks later, the lawyer filed the fraud report. We also filed an injunction to block the house sale. Lisa didn't know yet. The day the police showed up at her house with a warrant, I was in my garden, pulling weeds. A neighbor called me, breathless. "There are cops at Lisa's. What's going on?" I didn't answer. Lisa called me that night, screaming. "How could you do this to me? I'm your daughter. They're saying I could go to jail." "You forged my signature," I said calmly. "You stole my house. What did you think would happen?" "I was trying to help you." "You were trying to help yourself." She hung up on me. The next few weeks were chaos. The investigation moved fast because the evidence was so clear. Mark's business records showed everything: the loans, the forged documents, their plan to sell the house and pocket the money. Lisa hired a lawyer, but the case was open and shut. She ended up pleading guilty to avoid jail time, but the penalties were severe: fines, probation, community service, and her name was in the local paper. In a town where everyone knows everyone, that was almost worse than jail. But I wasn't done. My husband had owned a small piece of land outside town. Nothing huge, just 2 acres he bought years ago as a retirement project. Lisa didn't know about it because it was in a separate trust. I sold it quietly for a decent sum and donated every penny to a local women's shelter that helps abuse survivors. I made the donation in my husband's name. When Lisa found out, because of course someone told her, she lost it. She called me a vindictive, bitter old woman. She said I destroyed her life over a misunderstanding. I haven't spoken to her since. My grandkids are caught in the middle. Lisa won't let me see them. She tells people I chose money over family. My friends are split. Some think I did the right thing. Others think I went too far. Mark and Lisa are struggling financially now. Their reputation in town is ruined. I heard Mark's business shut down. I still live in my house. The garden is blooming. I sit on the porch my husband built and drink my coffee in peace. People tell me I should feel guilty, that I should reach out to Lisa first, that family is supposed to forgive. But here's the thing. She didn't just steal my house. She stole my dignity, my trust, the memory of my husband. And she did it without a second thought. So now I'm asking, was I wrong? Should I have just let it go and moved in with her like everyone said? I didn't want revenge, but I also couldn't let her steal my life's work and get away with it. My grandkids don't talk to me anymore. Half the town thinks I'm heartless. But when I walk through my garden and breathe freely in my own home, I know peace tastes better than forgiveness ever could. Did I go too far? Or did my daughter get exactly what she deserved? When my kids mocked me for being useless, I showed them how much they needed me. I, 56, a retired mechanic, never thought I'd be sitting here writing this about my own children. My son Jake is 32, and my daughter Melissa is 29. For the past year, they've been treating me like I'm some burden they can't wait to get rid of. Let me give you some context first. I ran a small garage in our neighborhood for 30 years. Nothing fancy, just honest work fixing cars for people who couldn't afford the dealership prices. It kept food on the table and paid for both kids to go to college debt-free. My wife Sarah passed away 6 years ago from cancer, and after that, the kids started drifting. They'd visit less, call less, always had excuses. 2 years ago, I had to retire early. My back gave out after decades of crawling under cars and lifting engines. The doctors said if I kept going, I'd end up in a wheelchair. So I closed the garage, sold the equipment, and tried to enjoy what was supposed to be my retirement in the house Sarah and I bought when we were 25. That's when things got weird with Jake and Melissa. It started small. Jake would come over and make comments about how the house was too big for one person. Melissa would sigh dramatically about how I was wasting space and living in the past. They'd walk through rooms and say things like, "You don't even use this bedroom anymore, Dad," or, "Why do you need a garage when you're not working?" I thought maybe they were worried about me. Maybe they thought I was lonely or depressed. I tried to reassure them I was fine, that I liked my home, that I had friends in the neighborhood, and my morning coffee routine on the porch. But the comments got nastier. Jake started calling me old school whenever I had an opinion about anything. Melissa would cut me off mid-sentence and say I never did enough when I brought up memories of their childhood, like I hadn't missed their recitals and games because I was working double shifts to pay for their braces and field trips. 3 months ago, they both showed up at my house on a Sunday afternoon. No warning, just knocked on the door looking serious. They sat me down in my own living room and told me I should consider downsizing, that the house was too much for me to maintain, that I should sell it and move into a small apartment or assisted living. I was stunned. Assisted living? I'm 56, not 86. My back hurts, sure, but I can still cook, clean, drive, manage my own life. I told them no. I told them this house has memories of their mother in every corner, that I wasn't ready to leave. They exchanged this look, this knowing, frustrated look like I was being difficult on purpose. That's when Melissa said, "Dad, you're being selfish. Think about what's practical." Practical for who? I wanted to ask. But I didn't. I just asked them to leave. 2 weeks later, my neighbor Helen came by. She's lived next door for 20 years, watches everything through her window. She told me she'd seen a real estate agent taking photos of my house while I was out getting groceries. Said a man in a suit was walking around my property with a clipboard, measuring things. I didn't believe her at first. Why would a realtor be here without my permission? But Helen insisted. She even showed me a photo she'd taken on her phone because she thought it was suspicious. My stomach dropped. I called the real estate office whose sign I'd seen in Helen's photo, pretended I was interested in selling, and asked if they had any properties like mine listed. The woman on the phone was friendly, said, "Oh yes, we actually have one coming up on your street. It's not officially on the market yet, but the family is eager to sell." The family. My family. I hung up and immediately called Jake. Asked him point blank if he'd contacted a realtor about my house. He stuttered, tried to brush it off, said they were just exploring options to help me make an informed decision. Help me? I didn't ask for help. That night I couldn't sleep. I went through old boxes in the garage and found something that made my blood run cold. A photocopy of my driver's license and property deed, tucked inside a folder I'd asked Jake to grab for me months ago when I was organizing paperwork. He must have made copies without telling me. They were planning to sell my house, behind my back, using my own documents. The next morning I drove to Jake's apartment. Melissa was already there when I arrived. They tried to act casual, but I could see the guilt on their faces. "Why?" I asked them. Just that. Why? And that's when the truth came out. Jake had gotten into debt. Bad debt. He'd invested money he didn't have into some business venture with a friend that went belly up. He owed nearly $80,000 to various creditors and was terrified of bankruptcy ruining his career in finance. The irony wasn't lost on me. Melissa had co-signed on his loans, so when Jake couldn't pay, they came after her too. She'd been hiding it from her husband, taking out credit cards to make minimum payments. She was drowning and panicking that her marriage would fall apart if the truth came out. And their solution? Sell my house. Split the profit. Save themselves. You don't even need this much space, Jake said, like he was being reasonable. We could get you set up somewhere nice and small. You'd still have money left over. After we take what we need, Melissa added quickly. But you'd be fine, Dad. You'd be comfortable. Comfortable. In some tiny apartment while they pocketed the equity Sarah and I spent 30 years building. You'll be better off, Melissa insisted. This house is just a reminder of Mom anyway. Don't you want to move on? That line right there broke something in me. I asked them to leave. They refused at first, tried to argue that I was being emotional and not thinking clearly. Jake even suggested I was getting senile. That's when I told them to get the hell out of my son's apartment, realized I was in his space, and just walked out myself. I drove home shaking, sat in my driveway for an hour trying to process what my own children had tried to do to me. All those years, all those sacrifices, working 70-hour weeks so they could have new clothes and school trips, missing Sarah's last months because I had to keep the business running to pay for her treatments and their college at the same time, giving them everything. And they saw me as an obstacle, a problem to solve, dead weight. For 2 weeks, I didn't answer their calls. I needed time to think, to figure out what kind of man I wanted to be. The father who always forgave, who always put his kids first no matter what, or the man who finally stood up and said enough. Then I remembered Sarah's sister, Linda. She'd stayed close after Sarah died, checking on me, bringing me meals, inviting me to family dinners. She'd always said I was like a brother to her, that she was grateful for how I'd taken care of Sarah. I called her, explained everything. She was horrified, and when I told her my plan, she agreed immediately. I went to a lawyer and transferred ownership of the house to Linda. Legally, officially, it was no longer mine. We drew up documents stating I had lifetime residence rights and that the property would revert to a trust we established together upon my death. My kids weren't mentioned anywhere. Then I called Jake and Melissa. Told them I'd thought about it, and maybe they were right. Maybe I should consider selling. I played the tired, defeated old man they apparently thought I was. They were thrilled, practically giddy. They rushed over with paperwork they'd already prepared, had everything ready for me to sign. They'd really thought this through. I told them I needed a few days to say goodbye to the house and sort through Mom's things. They agreed, probably afraid I'd change my mind. What I actually did was move anything valuable or sentimental to Linda's house for safekeeping. Photos, Sarah's jewelry, important documents. Then I waited. 3 days later, Jake called me. His voice was different, cold. What did you do? The realtor had tried to proceed with the listing, had run the title search required for any property sale, and discovered the house wasn't in my name anymore. They showed up at my door within the hour, both of them. Jake was red-faced and furious. Melissa was crying. "How could you do this to us?" she screamed. "We're your children." I let them yell for a minute. Then I said very calmly, "The same way you tried to sell my home behind my back, the same way you made me feel like trash you needed to dispose of." Jake called me cruel, said I'd ruined their futures, that I was a selfish old man who didn't care that his own kids were suffering. I just looked at them. These two people I'd sacrificed everything for, who'd never missed a meal or worried about bills because I made sure they didn't have to. "I gave you everything I had," I said. "My time, my money, my health. I broke my back literally for you two. This house is all I'm keeping. This house that your mother and I built our life in, that she died in, that has her memory in every room. You don't get this. You don't get to take this from me, too." Melissa tried a different approach, softened her voice, said she understood I was hurt, but that family forgives each other. that we could work this out if I just transferred the house back. I told her no. Jake lost it then, said things I won't repeat, called me names, said I was dead to him, that I'd regret this when I was alone, with nobody to take care of me. I'd rather be alone than be used, I said. They left, slammed the door so hard a picture frame fell off the wall. Sarah's favorite photo of the four of us at the beach when the kids were small. The glass cracked right down the middle. That was 6 weeks ago. I haven't heard from them since. No calls, no texts, nothing. Linda checks on me regularly. My neighbors, who I've known for decades, have been kinder than ever. Helen brings me baked goods. Tom next door helped me fix a leaky faucet last week. These people, near strangers compared to blood family, have shown me more genuine care than my own children. Some days I miss Jake and Melissa. I miss who I thought they were. I miss the kids who used to run to me when I came home from work, who begged me to tell them stories about the cars I fixed. But then I sit on my porch with my morning coffee, watching the sun come up over the neighborhood I've lived in for 30 years, in the house Sarah and I chose together, and I feel something I haven't felt in a long time. Peace. I earned this. I earned the right to keep the one thing that's mine, the one thing that holds my memories and my history. Linda asked me last week if I regretted it, if I wished I'd handled it differently. I told her the truth. I regret that it came to this. I regret that my children valued money over their father. But I don't regret protecting myself. For the first time in my life, I chose me. Sometimes I wonder if they'll ever apologize, if they'll ever understand what they did, or if they're just angry that their plan failed. Was I wrong for protecting what's mine and letting my kids face the consequences of their greed? Or did I finally teach them that love doesn't mean letting people take everything from you? I genuinely don't know anymore. Some days I feel justified. Other days I wonder if I'm a vindictive old man who should have just helped his kids and let the house go. But then I remember Melissa saying this house was just a reminder of Mom, like Sarah was something I should want to forget. And I know I made the right choice. I just wish it didn't hurt so much.